Chapter 979. So strong. Yi Xian was astonished. He had only used the ice snow sword technique that he had just learned. He hadn't even used his sword form yet, but its power was stronger than the cold sky slash from before. If the ice snow sword technique's proficiency was raised to 100% and combined with his sword form, he would definitely be able to pierce through this ice giant. Ice snow sword technique, ice snow strike. Yi Xian struck out again. This time, he combined his sword form with his sword form. Now that the ice snow sword technique's proficiency was raised to 20%, and combined with his sword form, its power was several times stronger than before. Gotcha! The golden sword chi once again split open the ice giant's ice crystal defense. This time, it directly pierced through the ice giant's arm. This ice giant had only come out to be a bystander. When it was suddenly attacked by a human, it was immediately enraged and charged towards Yi Xian. When it ran, it was like a meteor crashing towards Yi Xian. The Eye of Glory is really too strong. The only downside is that it consumes too much of my eye power. This time, it actually used up 2/3 of my eye power. Yi Xian was very helpless. The Eye of Glory was only partially opened, so using it once consumed 2/3 of his eye power was too much. If he waited until the Eye of Glory was fully opened, wouldn't he still be unable to use it? Fortunately, he would be able to exchange for the Divine Eye chapter after a while, which would increase the upper limit of his eye power. Moreover, when the Eye of Glory was fully opened, it would have all sorts of powerful skills. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't wait. Now, he only needed one more brilliant gold ore to fully open the Eye of Glory. But for now, he had to deal with this first-grade true energy disaster ice giant first. Ding! Ice snow sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Ice snow sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Ding! Ice snow sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 50%. A series of notifications rang out. Earlier on, Yi Xian had exchanged for a sword comprehension pill and swallowed it. In addition to the sword skill comprehension of the sword god bloodline, he had raised his ice snow sword technique to 80% completion in the blink of an eye. The ice snow technique was a middle-grade transcendent supreme martial art. It was already impressive that he could comprehend it so quickly. If not for the sword comprehension pill, Yi Xian would probably only be able to comprehend 60% of it. The 80% mastery of the ice snow sword art had once again increased its power by several folds. One sword strike could easily pierce through the ice giant's body. It should be known that the ice giant's waist was several hundred meters wide. It's about time. I'll kill you. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Ice snow sword technique, ice snow strike. Microscopic level sword force. This sword pierced straight into the snow giant's chest, instantly shattering the core within the snow giant's body. The snow giant was instantly killed by this attack. Its mountain-like body smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The surrounding snowy mountains even had an avalanche. After the snow giant died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected its corpse. A first-grade true energy disaster transcendent supreme sacred beast's corpse was equivalent to 109th-grade human body disaster corpses. Thus, Yi Xian could use Beast King Rampage again. Beast King Rampage could increase one's strength by 60%. Although the effect was not obvious at true energy disaster, Yi Xian was still at human body disaster. Beast King Rampage could make up for some of the difference. This corpse was enough for Yi Xian to use Beast King Rampage twice. Not bad, not bad. The sacred beast soul is very beneficial. I can level up after killing another 2 or 3. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he continued to search for his next target. The snowy mountains were terrifyingly large, and the environment was harsh. Fortunately, Yi Xian cultivated the ice-snow technique, so he could ignore the environment. After searching for a while, he encountered a frost python. However, the effect of the Eye of Glory had already worn off. Ice-Snow Sword Art. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger fought the frost python. The frost python's defense was not as strong as the snow giant's, but its speed was very fast. In order to eliminate this frost python, Yi Xian had to spend some effort. Another first-grade true energy disaster transcendent supreme sacred beast. Adding the rewards from the mission system, I should be able to break through to 7th grade human body disaster. Yi Xian was somewhat excited. As long as he broke through to 7th grade human body disaster, he would be able to deal with Yangzhen even if he did not use his trump card. Not long after, he found another transcendent supreme sacred beast. This was the snow mountain ape he had killed before. However, it did not help him break through. After that, his luck was not very good. He did not encounter another first-grade true energy disaster transcendent supreme sacred beast. On the same night Yi Xian entered the snowy mountains. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a loud sound attracted Yi Xian's attention. At this time, Yi Xian was resting in the air. After hearing the sound, he turned his head and saw that behind a snowy mountain, there were resplendent stars. It seemed that there were people fighting. Could it be people from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and decided to go over and take a look. The Ice and Snow Mountain Villa was built on one side of the snowy mountains, so they would often enter the snowy mountains to train. Of course, other powers would also have them. Yi Xian went over to take a look. Because he was also a member of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa, if someone on his side was in danger, he could lend a hand. If it was not someone on his side, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits. Of course, the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa had a good character, so when doing such things, they had to disguise themselves. However, when he got closer, he found that there was no need to disguise himself. In front of him, there was a team of 5 youths. At this time, this team was attacking a snow giant. Oh! Blood Rock Sect? After seeing the attire of the 5 youths, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that he would actually encounter a team from the Blood Rock Sect in the snowy mountains. Moreover, this small team of 5 from the Blood Rock Sect were all experts of true energy disaster. The leader was even at the 2nd grade of true energy disaster. These 5 people were most likely the top disciples of the Blood Rock Sect. They were all under the age of 30. I heard that the young master of the Blood Rock Sect, Guoteng, is at the 2nd grade of true energy disaster. It seems that he is the youth leading the team. Yi Xian's gaze fell on one of the youths. This Guoteng was the son of the Blood Rock Sect's leader, Guohua. Guochao, who had tried to kill Yi Xian before, was Guoteng's friend. To be precise, he was Guoteng's lackey. Although the snow giant below had a strong defense, it could not withstand the joint attack of 5 people. It was already at the end of its strength. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed as a plan formed in his mind. That day, Guohua had used the dragon capturing hands to trap him. He had almost died at Guohua's hands. This enmity had to be avenged. Chapter 980. Bang! A muffled sound came from below. In the end, the snow giant was unable to hold on and was killed by the encirclement. Senior brother Guoteng is indeed powerful. Even the snow giant, which is known for its defense, was easily killed. The 4 elite disciples of the Blood Rock Sect started to flatter him. The snow giant's corpse slowly fell. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly approached quickly. Who is it? Guoteng shouted. In the next moment, he saw his spoils of war disappear. Someone had put away the snow giant's corpse. Without a doubt, the thief who took away the snow giant's corpse was Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at 7th fleshly body disaster. The long-awaited level-up notification finally rang out. Stealing kills to level up feels good. Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. When he was at 6th fleshly body disaster, he could contend against 1st fleshly body disaster. Now that he had broken through to 7th fleshly body disaster, he should be able to contend against 2nd fleshly body disaster. Of course, 7th fleshly body disaster couldn't satisfy him. This time, he wanted to directly break through to 8th fleshly body disaster. However, for now, he should first catch up with the disciples of the sect he belonged to. Greetings, senior brothers. After breaking through, Yi Xian cupped his fists and greeted the 5 people in front of him. Who are you? The 5 people were a little confused. This was the first time they had seen Yi Xian. Guoting also asked in astonishment, "Are you a disciple of our Blood Rock sect?" Facing this question, Yi Xian indifferently replied, "I was in the past, but not now." When these words came out, the 5 people instantly reacted. Previously, they had gone out to train and only recently returned to the Blood Rock sect. However, during this period of time, something big happened in the Blood Rock sect. Elder Yangzhen's cultivation was crippled. It was said that before her cultivation was crippled, it was a disciple called Yi Xian who beat her until she was covered in wounds. This Yi Xian later left the Blood Rock sect and joined the Wind Snow Manor. "You are Yi Xian?" Guoting asked with a face full of shock. "Yes." Yi Xian directly replied. Yi Xian. In this legendary mission of the Blood Rock sect, as a 6th-level human body disaster cultivator, he first beat up the 7th-level human body disaster cultivator Guoliang, then killed the 9th-level human body disaster cultivator Guochao, and finally nearly killed the 1st-level true energy disaster cultivator Yangzhen. What a monster! However, when Guoting heard Yi Xian's reply, his expression turned ferocious. "You were the one who killed Guochao?" Guochao was the child of Elder Yangzhen and her husband. He was not related to Guoting by blood. However, Guochao had done a lot of things for Guoting. Even though he didn't contribute much, he still put in a lot of effort. But since Guochao had been turned into minced meat by Yi Xian, Guoting naturally wouldn't let Yi Xian off so easily. "That's right. Guochao did die by my hands." Yi Xian nodded. "How dare you?" Guoting was enraged, but in the next moment, he remembered that Yi Xian had a powerful background. The Blood Rock sect was no match for the Wind Snow Villa. Let's not talk about this first. Why did you take away the snow giant's corpse?" Guoting questioned. "Why did I take it away?" Yi Xian lightly smiled. "Could it be that the snow giant was raised by you, senior brother Guoting? Or perhaps, senior brother Guoting's name was written on the snow giant's corpse?" "What did you say?" Before Guoting could open his mouth, a disciple immediately stepped forward and glared at Yi Xian. This is a world where the strong are respected. "Senior brother Guoting, don't you know that?" Yi Xian retorted. "What a good, the strong are respected." As soon as Guoting finished speaking, the other 4 disciples surrounded Yi Xian. They were the ones who killed the snow giant, so how could they let Yi Xian take it away? "Oh, senior brother Guo wants to make a move?" Yi Xian didn't care at all. So what if they surrounded him? With his current realm, how could he be afraid of Guoting and the other 4? "Senior brother Guo, this is the 10,000-layer snow mountain. This kid is walking right into our trap. Even if we kill him, the ice snow villa won't know." A disciple reminded him. "Yes, kill him and avenge junior brother Guochao. We're the only ones here. It's a good time to make a move." The 4 disciples shouted one after another. Indeed, this was the 10,000-layer snow mountain. Not many people would come here. Moreover, it was late at night, so it was very suitable. Guoting heard the four's words and was silent for a while. The Ice Snow Villa was stronger than the Blood Rock sect. If this matter was exposed, the Blood Rock sect would suffer a heavy blow. However, as long as it was done neatly, there wouldn't be any problems. Kid, although I heard that you defeated Elder Yangzhen, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Guoting held his sword and said coldly to Yi Xian. Although Yangzhen was an elder, he wasn't very strong. Among the 4 disciples present, at least 2 of them were stronger than Yangzhen. Moreover, Guoteng was a second-grade human body disaster, a genius nurtured by the Blood Rock sect. As long as he made a move, Yi Xian would die without a doubt. Senior brother Guoteng, it seems that you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that the Ice Snow Villa will know? Yi Xian still had a calm expression. If we don't say, how will the Ice Snow Villa know? Guoteng said coldly, since you're going to die, I might as well tell you a piece of news. I heard that you've taken an outer sect elder as your master. His name is Dong Xing, right? Dong Xing. Hearing this name, Yi Xian's body trembled and asked, and? Elder Dong Xing was sent to a remote area by my father. But because you killed Guo Chao, I sent people to deal with him. Not a single one was left. Moreover, all the corpses were thrown to the saint beasts by me. Ha ha ha. Guoting replied with a laugh. What? Yi Xian immediately revealed killing intent. His master, Dong Xing, was actually dead. Moreover, his entire family was implicated. Not even a corpse was left behind. You deserve to die. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to spare Guoteng's life, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. The one who deserves to die is you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You're the one who harmed him. Guoteng snorted. Now, Yi Xian could confirm that he was the nemesis of his masters. Zhou Cang, Han Ming, and Dong Xing were all his masters. However, they had all died one after another. Only Mysterious Mountain was still alive. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. Since that's the case, then I can only kill you all and avenge Master. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although Dong Xing didn't teach him anything, he had once given him a protective amulet that blocked an important blow from the Blood Rock giant. Therefore, he could be considered his savior. At this moment, if he didn't kill Guoteng and the other 4, how could he face Dong Xing's spirit in heaven? Kill us? You? Go to hell. One of the disciples was in a bad mood. After a low shout, he madly dashed towards Yi Xian. You're the one who's courting death. Yi Xian gripped the Skyquake sword tightly and slashed. Snowy Sword Technique. Chapter 981. Xiao. Peng. This disciple was one of the few that the Blood Rock sect had focused on nurturing. Naturally, he had comprehended sword force, which was why Yi Xian's sword only sent him flying. This is impossible. This disciple did not dare to believe that his strength was above Elder Yangzhen's, so why couldn't he block Yi Xian's sword? However, while he was still in shock, a silver light flashed. Eye of Nirvana. Rip. This disciple's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. The reason why he was instantly killed by Yi Xian was partly because of the ice snow sword arts, and partly because he was careless. When he saw that Yi Xian did not attack again, he let his guard down. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian still had a mysterious killing move that could attack even without raising his hand. Out of the 5, 1 was killed, leaving only 4. Junior brother Lin. Guoteng opened his eyes wide. He did not expect that his junior brother Lin, who was at the first stage of human body disaster, would be killed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he quickly charged toward Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian looked at the 4's attacks and threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. Myriad swords returned to origin. The Sky Quake sword split into 100 swords and charged toward Guoteng. At the same time, Yi Xian attacked the other three. Eye of Glory. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes and hair turned golden. Streaks of golden sword energy flew toward the other three disciples of the first stage of human body disaster. So strong. The three of them had gloomy expressions. They knew that these three attacks could not be blocked, so they hurriedly dodged. However, in the next moment, they were greeted by two Yi Xian. Using the Eye of Glory when the original body and avatar were fused would consume about 2/3 of the upper limit of the Eye energy. If the avatar was created in this state, both the original body and avatar would remain in the Eye of Glory state. If the original body and avatar were to use the Eye of Glory separately, the two bodies would consume the same amount of Eye energy, which would be twice as much as when they were fused. This was something that Yi Xian had just tested. It could be considered a way to conserve Eye energy. At that moment, the two golden Yi Xian continuously attacked the three elite disciples. The original body and avatar still had 1/3 of their Eye energy left, so the three were constantly tortured by the mental attacks. Bang! 2 seconds after the battle began, one disciple was forced to counterattack. However, the attack power of the golden sword energy was stronger than his, so he was killed by the sword. Now, it was 2 against 2. As for Guoteng, he was already badly battered by the hundreds of heaven-shocking swords. After all, the snowy environment was harsh, and his movement speed was slower than on land. It was already not bad that he could persevere. As for Yi Xian, after cultivating the snow-wind arts, he could use the snow-wind movement technique to directly step on the snow and run wildly on the snow. All of these factors caused Yi Xian's confidence to skyrocket. This guy. Originally, he thought that the others had exaggerated Yi Xian's strength, but he didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, 2 of his 4 junior brothers had already died, and the remaining 2 probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Most importantly, he was still being suppressed by the hundreds of Sky Quake swords. Go! Guoteng made a prompt decision to run. Yi Xian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and snorted in disdain, "Young sect master of the Blood Rock sect, the number 1 genius of the Blood Rock sect. You run when you see me. Wei Zhentian, trap him with the spiritual sword formation." After receiving Yi Xian's order, the hundreds of Sky Quake swords rapidly expanded into gigantic swords and mercilessly fell. Bang! 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 Giant swords that shook the heavens ruthlessly stabbed into the snowy ground. Guoteng's path of retreat was instantly sealed off. In less than a second, he was sealed off by the spirit sword array just like Yongzhen. He couldn't go up to the sky, nor could he go down to the ground. Guoteng was trapped. Wei Zhentian, well done. Yi Xian praised in his heart. Each of the Sky Quake swords was 2 to 3 meters wide. The hundreds of Sky Quake swords smashed down and sealed off all of Guoteng's escape routes. If Guoteng wanted to leave, he had to break through the Sky Quake swords. However, Wei Zhentian was a Tier 6 first-rank spiritual treasure. Although it could not block Guoteng's attack, it could still hold him back. While Guoteng was trapped, Yi Xian suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void in front of him. Dragon-catching hand. A golden true chi condensed into a palm and grabbed one of the disciples. What? Sect Master's dragon-catching hand? The disciple was shocked. Dragon-catching hand was the secret technique of the Blood Rock Sect Master, Guohua. Only Guoteng knew how to use it. However, now that he was captured by Yi Xian, he immediately showed a look of despair. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Whoosh! A head flew up. The disciple's head was chopped off. The wound was instantly sealed by ice and not a single drop of blood flowed out. His head smashed into the snow and was covered by it. His body was also thrown away by Yi Xian's dragon-catching hand. No, don't kill me. Senior brother Guo, Save me. The last Blood Rock sect elite disciple rushed toward Guoteng with a panicked expression. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian reached out with his claw again and captured the elite disciple. In the next moment, the latter's head was also thrown up. Under the eye of glory, Yi Xian's true qi strength increased by a lot. Even though the opponent was at the first-grade true energy disaster, he could not escape from dragon-catching hand. This dragon-catching hand is really too strong. If it is repaired, its power will definitely increase by a lot. Yi Xian was excited. However, he did not forget where he was and quickly went to take the 4 interspatial rings. Unfortunately, these disciples who came out to train did not have many things. However, it was better than nothing. After devouring the items in the 4 interspatial rings, Yi Xian's cultivation improved. Due to the bloodline connection, his first clone and second clone in the eastern continent also improved. Now, only Guoteng was left. Impossible. Why do you know dragon-catching hand? This is impossible. Guoteng, who was trapped in the spiritual sword array, shouted loudly. One had to know that his father, the Blood Rock sect leader Guohua, had only learned dragon-catching hand after 10 years of practice. However, Yi Xian, who was not even 25 years old, had learned it. How was this possible? Most importantly, where did Yi Xian learn dragon-catching hand? Where did you learn it? That's not the point. The point is that you're going to hell. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately restored Wei Zhentian to the state of the 100 heaven-shaking swords. Guoteng also regained his freedom. Run! Seeing that he was free, Guoteng immediately turned around. Myriad swords returned to origin. Before the effect of myriad swords return to origin was over, the 100 heaven-shaking swords chased after Guoteng. However, at this moment, dragon-catching hand. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian's original body and clone reached out at the same time. In an instant, 2 golden palms grabbed the air. Guoteng raised his hand and destroyed one of the golden palms, but it was caught by the second golden palm. Chapter 982. Dragon-catching hand. Another golden palm appeared. At this moment, Guoteng was being grabbed by 2 golden palms. He was in extreme pain, like an ant. Ah, Guoteng screamed in pain. His voice even caused an avalanche in the snow mountain in the distance. Yi Xian stood in the air and looked at Guoteng quietly. He asked, "Go to hell and apologize to my master." Dissection I. For invisible dissection rays shot at Guoteng's head. Guoteng was in excruciating pain. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the top of his head disappearing. In a short while, the effect of the dissection eye spread to Guoteng's brain. Guoteng rolled his eyes and died. At the same time, Yi Xian also deactivated his glorious state. Although he only partially activated his dissection eye, his combat strength was already extremely strong. "Master, I've avenged you," Yi Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the empty environment. However, this matter wasn't over yet. Since the Blood Rock sect leader allowed Guoteng to do this, Yi Xian wouldn't let him go. Whoosh! After Guoteng died, an interspatial ring flew over. It was Guoteng's interspatial ring. At this moment, Guoteng's entire head had been disintegrated. He died in a more miserable manner than the other 4. Spirit Eye Fruit? Yi Xian checked Guoteng's interspatial ring and found a treasure in it. This fruit was a little like a human's eye. Yi Xian had seen it before. It required 1 devour point to exchange for it. He didn't expect to get 1 this time. This spirit eye fruit could greatly increase the upper limit of his eye power and the recovery speed of his eye power. Of course, it could also improve his vision. Special Devour. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately used the Super Devour crystal and devoured the spirit eye fruit. Immediately, the upper limit of his eye power increased by 50%. Although this battle didn't trigger a random mission, Yi Xian's harvest was very good. As for the ores in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian naturally gave them to Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notification sounded. Originally, Wei Zhentian was a grade 6, grade 1 supreme spiritual treasure. Now that it had devoured the ores, it had risen to grade 7, and its might had increased once again. It had also indirectly increased Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian put away the 5 corpses and thought for a moment. The sect master of the Blood Rock sect was an expert of the 3rd level of true energy disaster. With his current strength, he was able to fight him. However, the Blood Rock sect did not only have the sect master, there were also other elders. If he was surrounded, he would still be in danger. However, even if he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? Humph. Let's start with the Blood Rock mines. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly tore open a void door. He still had a void locator in the Blood Rock sect, which was his residence. He immediately returned to his house in the Blood Rock sect. But what surprised him was that this room had already changed owners. When he passed through the void door, he found a female disciple changing her clothes. Every inch of this female disciple's skin was seen by him. Ah, you are. The female disciple hurriedly covered herself with her clothes, but in the next moment, she was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Put on your clothes. Yi Xian ordered. Yes, master. The female disciple responded. Her appearance was not bad. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was smooth, and she had a pair of long legs. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely have a nosebleed, but Yi Xian was not interested in it at all. Yi Xian watched as she put on her clothes, then exchanged for something from them. The face-changing mask. This face-changing mask was of a very high level. It could transform into a person's appearance and at the same time, conceal most of the body's aura. However, this face-changing mask had a flaw. Yi Xian could only transform into someone controlled by his eye of control. Although it's a female, it doesn't matter. With a thought, the face-changing mask in Yi Xian's hand changed. He put on the mask and in the blink of an eye, he turned into the female disciple in front of him. Even his hair grew out. If others saw this, they would definitely think that this female disciple had a twin sister. Unfortunately, this face-changing mask could only change the shape of the face and hair. Even the Adam's apple disappeared. However, these changes were only limited to the neck. Yi Xian did not change below the neck. It was because of this that Yi Xian used this face-changing mask. Otherwise, he would not have used it. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. Master, my name is Luozhou, the female disciple replied. Alright, you stay in the room and don't go out. Yi Xian ordered the female disciple. Then, he changed into a loose robe and walked out. Now, he was impersonating Luozhou to do something. That was to rob the Blood Cliff sect. He loved robbing the most. After all, he was only one person. The disciples, deacons, and elders of the Blood Cliff sect would all go out to train. Their combined wealth was definitely not a small sum. With the eye of perception, he could clearly sense how many people were around him and what their realms were. At this moment, he locked onto a deacon who was wandering outside. This deacon was at the 7th level of fleshly body disaster, the same as Yi Xian. However, his strength was worlds apart from Yi Xian's. Xiao. Yi Xian was like a gust of wind. In an instant, he swept to the back of the deacon and ruthlessly slapped him. Bang! The deacon was knocked unconscious in an instant. Then, Yi Xian took off his yin and yang ring. When this deacon woke up and found that his yin and yang ring was empty, what kind of expression would he have? Yi Xian dragged the deacon into the shadows and then continued wandering. Anyone who had reached the 7th grade of human body disaster would be targeted by him. Soon, he had strolled through the entire outer sect. In total, he had knocked out more than 30 people. Although he could use the Eye of Control to see through these people's secrets, the 4th grade Eye of Control could only control 20 people. Furthermore, Luo had just broken through to the 3rd grade of human body disaster. Her charm ability was not enough. Therefore, Yi Xian could only use this method. After strolling through the entire outer sect, Yi Xian directly entered the inner sect of the Blood Cliff sect. It was currently late at night. Therefore, there were not many people wandering outside. Almost all of the inner sect disciples were at the 7th grade of human body disaster. They were all Yi Xian's targets. Although he was once martial brothers with these Blood Cliff sect disciples, who asked the sect master of the Blood Cliff sect to touch his reverse scale? Taking advantage of tonight, Yi Xian was going to rob the Blood Cliff sect. Chapter 983. The people in the inner sect couldn't even block one of Yi Xian's attacks. Yi Xian could knock them unconscious with a chop of his hand. After all, Yi Xian had used Beast King Rampage, which increased his strength by 60%. Yi Xian's cultivation was also constantly increasing. He had already dealt with 5 elite disciples of True Energy Disaster, so there were only 3 of them left in the Blood Rock sect. True Energy Disaster, it's too difficult to knock them unconscious. If I break through to 8th grade human body disaster, I can control them. Yi Xian thought for a while and felt that he should give up on these disciples and elders of True Energy Disaster, and focus on the ordinary inner sect disciples. However, while he was looting, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras. So powerful. They're at least 2nd grade True Energy Disaster. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned serious. There were 3 2nd grade True Energy Disaster experts in the range of his senses. It was already so late, how could there be 3 such powerful elders strolling around outside? That's not right. There are only 2 2nd grade True Energy Disaster experts left in the Blood Rock sect. How could there be 3? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this loophole and immediately flew into the sky. After eating the Spirit Eye fruit, his eyesight had improved a lot. He saw that these 3 2nd grade True Energy Disaster experts were not elders of the Blood Rock sect, but experts of the Blazing Fire Villa. You 3, please wait. Suddenly, a person flew out and called out to them. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was the sect master of the Blood Rock sect, Guohua. Immediately after, the 3 people followed Guohua to a hidden place, and Yi Xian naturally followed closely behind. With his eye of perception, he could hear the conversation of these 4 people from a distance. Sect Master Gua, has the old sect master made up his mind? The old man leading the Blazing Fire Villa asked. Yes, my father has agreed. Guohua nodded. Good. The old sect master is not weak. As long as he helps us stop that old woman from Snow Wind Villa, we'll get 30%. The old man said in a low voice, 30%, deal. Guohua immediately nodded. He knew what the old man meant by 30%. If that's the case, then let the old sect leader follow us back to the Raging Flames Villa. The old man continued. Guohua said, then I'll go ask my father to come out of seclusion right now. The conversation ended quickly. Then, Guohua left. As for Yi Xian, he was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it, he understood. I didn't expect the Blood Rock sect to have an old sect master in seclusion. He doesn't seem weak, or else he wouldn't have been invited to work with the Blazing Fire Manor. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. At the same time, he also guessed what the Blood Rock sect and the Raging Inferno Villa were going to do. It seemed like they were going to attack the Snow Wind Villa in one fell swoop. From their conversation just now, they knew that the old sect master had the strength to hold back Xuehong of the Wind Snow Villa. At that time, the Raging Inferno Villa could attack the Wind Snow Villa to their heart's content. No, this matter must be reported back to Wind Snow Villa immediately. Yi Xian looked dignified. Now that he had joined the Wind Snow Villa, he naturally had to think for the Wind Snow Villa. However, just as he was about to leave, two more figures rushed over from the sky. One of them was Guohua, and the other was probably the old sect master. He's so strong. His aura is even stronger than Feng Wuhan's father, Feng Wenyao, but a little weaker than Shuihong. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the old sect master was indeed qualified to fight with Shuihong. Who's there? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Yi Xian shuddered. He turned his head and found that the old man was charging toward him. Fortunately, he was hiding in the corner and using the Eye of Revelation to see. The eyes of the void. Yi Xian hurriedly broke open the void gate and went in. Then, the void gate quickly closed. The old man rushed over, but he didn't find anything. He muttered, "Strange, was my feeling wrong?" Yi Xian, who had escaped through the void gate, had returned to his residence in the Wind Snow Villa at this time. Phew, that was close. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of the eyes of the void would increase as one's realm increased. A journey of a few days could be traversed in an instant. Fortunately, he had the eyes of the void. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the old man. He didn't expect that the old man's perception to be so strong. He was already wearing an appearance-changing mask and had the shadow leopard bloodline, but he was still discovered. This won't do. I have to tell Wuhan about this. Yi Xian thought for a moment and was about to go out. But at this time, the door to Luoluo's room suddenly opened. "Hey, you're... young master?" Luoluo sensed that someone was in her courtyard, so she came out to take a look. However, she saw a stranger. She and Yi Xian had a master and servant blood contract, so naturally, she wouldn't recognize Yi Xian by his appearance. "It's me." Yi Xian took off his appearance-changing mask and revealed his true form. He said, "Luoluo, continue to cultivate. I have to go out immediately." "Okay." After confirming Yi Xian's identity, Luoluo returned to her room and continued to cultivate. In just one day, she had broken through from second-grade human body disaster to third-grade human body disaster. In another day, she would probably reach fourth-grade human body disaster. With her speed, she might really be able to catch up to Yi Xian. After leaving the courtyard, Yi Xian headed for Feng Wuhan's residence. The latter was practicing his sword in his own courtyard. When he saw Yi Xian, he smiled and said, "Yi Xian, how is my windy snow manor?" "Wuhan, I have something to tell you." Yi Xian went straight to the point and told him everything he knew. "What? The old sect master of the Blood Rock sect?" Feng Wuhan was very surprised after hearing this. "I heard that the old sect master of the Blood Rock sect, Guoxiao Tian, was at third-grade true energy disaster. After that, he went out to travel. I didn't expect him to have returned." Yi Xian's character was passable. That day, he didn't take advantage of the situation to kill Feng Wuhan and take away the windy snow token. Therefore, Feng Wuhan trusted him. That's right. Moreover, I feel that his aura is stronger than that of the Manor Master, but slightly weaker than the old Manor Master. Yi Xian nodded. Feng Wuhan's body trembled when he heard this. He was 20 years old this year and was already at second-grade true energy disaster. He was 7 or 8 years younger than Guoteng. As for his father, as the Manor Master of the Windy Snow Manor, his strength was naturally not weak. He had already reached 4th-grade true energy disaster. As for his grandmother, Shuihong, she was an expert at 5th-grade true energy disaster. If the old Manor Master of the Blood Rock sect, Guoxiaotian's aura was really as Yi Xian said, then he was most likely an expert at 5th-grade true energy disaster. "Yi Xian, come with me to see my father immediately." Feng Wuhan immediately left with Yi Xian to find the Manor Master of the Windy Snow Manor, Feng Wenyao. This matter concerned the survival of the Windy Snow Manor. It was better to believe it than not. Chapter 984. Wuhan, why are you looking for me so late at night? Feng Wenyao asked in surprise. Father. Feng Wuhan immediately entered the room and recounted the events that had just transpired. What? Raging Inferno Villa roped in a 5th-tier human body disaster expert and is preparing to launch a sneak attack on our windy snow villa? After Feng Wenyao and Shui Hong heard this, they were also shocked. How did you know about this? Shui Hong asked in confusion. Faced with this question, Feng Wuhan could only turn to look at Yi Xian. Even the elders of Blood Rock sect did not know about this secret conversation, so how did Yi Xian, who was far away in windy snow villa, know about it? It's like this, Yi Xian began to narrate again, starting from when he entered the snowy mountains, met Guoteng, broke through the void, and arrived at Blood Rock sect. He happened to hear about this matter. Broke through the void and went directly from the snowy mountains to Blood Rock sect? Shui Hong, Feng Wenyao, and Feng Wuhan were all shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this. I know you don't believe me, so you can try it yourself. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his eyes flashed. The next moment, a void door opened beside him. What is this? Shui Hong and Feng Wenyao rushed over. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly went in. Feng Wuhan and the other two also followed. Then, they were shocked. This is, the snowy mountains? Feng Wuhan exclaimed. That's right. I used this to go directly from the snowy mountains to Blood Rock sect, Yi Xian nodded. At this time, he had already brought Feng Wuhan and the other two to the place where he killed Guoteng. Feng Wuhan and the other two were shocked. It would take nearly a day's journey from Windy Snow Villa to Blood Rock sect. It would take at least 3 days to travel from here to Blood Rock sect at full speed. What a magical martial art. This is not an illusion. We are really in the snowy mountains, Feng Wenyao exclaimed. He had lived for several decades, but this was the first time he had heard of a martial art that could break through the void and travel. Forget about you, even I can't do it. This martial art seems to be a bridge between two places, but this method is something that even manifestation realm experts can't do. Shui Hong was also astonished. Feng Wuhan was also very shocked. He hurriedly asked, Yi Xian, where did you get this martial art from? I learned this from my inherited memories, when I broke through to the human body disaster. However, opening the void gate requires the consumption of one's vitality. Yi Xian casually made up a lie, making the other party think that he had paid a great price for it. Usually, only powerful people could leave behind their memories, such as Luolua's ancestors. Looks like Yi Xian's ancestor was a super strong warrior, Feng Wuhan said enviously. Opening this void gate consumes life force. Let's hurry back. Shui Hong immediately passed through the void door and returned to Feng Wenyao's residence. Now, they believed what Yi Xian said. With this void door, we can directly go to the Blood Rock sect. However, that Guo Xiaotian has probably already left the Blood Rock sect and headed to the Blazing Fire Manor. If he and the Blazing Fire Manor's old manor master, Chai Jin, I won't be able to defeat them. Shui Hong said thoughtfully. Mother, then how should we deal with it? Should we move out now and intercept that Guo Xiaotian? Feng Wenyao asked. Shui Hong immediately shook her head and said, no, first of all, we don't know their route. Moreover, once I leave the Windy Snow Manor, if the Blazing Fire Manor takes advantage of this, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Grandmother, then what should we do? Feng Wuhan asked. Shui Hong pondered for a moment and said, if we didn't know about the cooperation between the Blazing Fire Manor and the Blood Rock sect, we would definitely suffer heavy losses and might even be exterminated. However, now that we know about this, why don't we set up an ambush and let them walk right into the trap? After hearing this, everyone silently nodded. This was indeed a good idea. So, Mother, you want to invite Aunt? Feng Wenyao raised his eyebrows. Your aunt is in Yeyang City, a few days away from our windy snow manor. Wen Yao, immediately send a few people to invite her over. In addition, call Wuchen back as well. Shui Hong said to Feng Wenyao. Wuchen was Feng Wuhan's elder brother. He had already broken through to the third layer of true energy disaster and was currently breaking through to the fourth layer of true energy disaster. He was the number one genius of the windy snow manor. Okay, I'll go now. Feng Wenyao nodded. At this time, Feng Wuhan suddenly said, Father, please wait a moment. What? Feng Wenyao looked at Feng Wuhan strangely. Our windy snow manor will take nearly 7 days to go and return. If we encounter an ambush on the way and can't make it back, then it will be troublesome. Therefore, I think it's better to let Yi Xian go. When the time comes, he can directly open the Eye of the Void and immediately return to our windy snow manor. Feng Wuhan suggested. Hearing this, Feng Wenyao and Shui Hong suddenly remembered this matter. Yi Xian could open the Eye of the Void and directly travel from the windy snow manor to the Blood Rock sect. As long as he reached Yeyang City, he could use the Eye of the Void to quickly return to the windy snow manor, saving a lot of time. That's right. Our manor is always being watched. If experts go out, they will easily be attacked. Yi Xian is only at the 7th layer of human body disaster. As long as he disguises himself, no one will notice. Feng Wenyao nodded. He had heard of Yi Xian's strength. When he was at the 6th layer of human body disaster, he had severely injured Yang Zhen, who was at the 1st layer of true energy disaster. Now that he was at the 7th layer of human body disaster, it wouldn't be a problem for him to complete the mission. Yi Xian, I have a longevity pill here. After refining it, it can increase your lifespan by 5 years. As the reward for this mission, are you willing to go to Yeyang City? Shui Hong suddenly took out a jade bottle from her universe ring. Longevity pill? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This thing was also available in the universe ring. Moreover, it was very expensive. Even he couldn't afford it now. This pill might be able to help him break through to the 8th layer of human body disaster. Okay. Yi Xian immediately nodded. Shui Hong didn't say anything else and threw the longevity pill to Yi Xian. Then, she took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter and a keepsake for Yi Xian. Since that's the case, you should leave immediately. You must reach Yeyang City within 5 days. Shui Hong handed the letter to Yi Xian and said, Wenyao, add more people to the snowstorm array. Yes. Feng Wenyao nodded. Then, Yi Xian directly left. Yi Xian, please be careful. Feng Wuhan reminded. I will. Yi Xian revealed a confident smile. Wasn't a mere letter delivery mission a piece of cake for him? Chapter 985. Yi Xian would kill every single person at the 1st or 2nd level of true energy disaster that came. Even if he met an expert at the 3rd level of fleshly body disaster, if Yi Xian couldn't beat them, wouldn't he be able to escape? Immediately, he left Wind Snow Villa and rushed to Yeyang City according to the map. Shui Hong gave him a deadline of 5 days, but Yi Xian felt that it was too long. After all, ordinary people needed to sit down and rest to recover their true energy and physical strength. However, he could travel 24 hours a day, so he could reach Yeyang City in less than 3 days. However, less than an hour after he left Wind Snow Villa, some people followed him. This kid is only in the 7th layer of human body disaster. Should we kill him? 3 men quietly followed Yi Xian, and one of them asked in a low voice. No matter how small the mosquito is, it's just a matter of 1 slash, the leader replied in a low voice. The 3 of them were in the 9th layer of human body disaster and belonged to Raging Fire Villa. They specialized in killing the disciples of Wind Snow Villa who passed by. Of course, even if they weren't from Wind Snow Villa, they wouldn't let them go. They were bandits. At that moment, the 3 of them approached Yi Xian. "Little brother, please wait," the leader shouted at Yi Xian. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Xian had already heard their conversation, so he turned around and attacked. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Sword Force. Yi Xian instantly attacked, catching the three of them off guard. Rip! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard, and 3 heads were sent flying, falling to the ground with a plop. A mere human body disaster dares to have designs on me. Yi Xian paused, turned around, and collected the 3 universe rings and corpses, then continued on his way. Just now, he had already used a special devouring method to refine the longevity pill, but he didn't break through to the 8th layer of human body disaster because of it, which made him a little depressed. Now, he had 3 more gains, which was pretty good. The longevity pill could increase one's lifespan by 5 years, but each person could only take it once. The lifespan of a martial artist would increase as their realm increased. The lifespan of a first-grade true energy disaster was approximately 150 years. However, most martial artists would have internal injuries, hidden diseases, and so on. These injuries were more or less left behind from fighting with others in their early years, and many a little makes a mickle. Once these injuries flared up, it would be useless even if one still had a few decades of lifespan. Therefore, in this world where the strong were respected and people were dying all the time, living to 100 years was already not bad. Only some hermits or ascetics, who were used to living alone and standing aloof from worldly affairs, would be able to live longer. Yi Xian had overdrawn his vitality a few times before, but he probably wouldn't have used up as much as 5 years. Therefore, he had profited from this longevity pill. After dealing with the first wave of trouble, Yi Xian continued to move forward. The most important thing right now was to reach Jianghu City. Since he had been traveling in a straight line, even if there were danger zones, he had been traveling in a straight line for an entire day. In another day, he would have arrived at Jianghu City. However, just as he passed by a small town, he heard a tragic cry. Rumble. Ah, don't kill me, one after another, the cries fell into Yi Xian's ears. These cries came from outside Yi Xian's sensory range, so he didn't know what was happening in that small town. What's going on? Could it be bandits or something? Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He liked bandits, robbers, and the like. That way, he could kill them and be happy. Immediately, he rushed over. When he got closer, he saw that the people in the small town were fleeing at full speed within his sensory range. Among them, there was a figure chasing after them. The small town was littered with corpses. Sure enough, someone is massacring. Yi Xian shuddered. He felt that the person who had massacred that small town was at least a second-grade true energy disaster. When you see injustice on the road, you draw your sword to help. How dare you massacre a town in broad daylight? Watch me cut you down. Yi Xian's sense of justice suddenly exploded. Although he had done many things like killing and robbing, he had never massacred a town. In an instant, Yi Xian grasped the Skyquake sword in his right hand and charged over. However, the closer he got, the more he felt that something was wrong. The person who had massacred the small town actually had long, slender fingernails, disheveled hair, and a sharp and miserable cry. Could it be a ghost spirit? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Ghost spirits were formed from the deep resentment of people after they died. They were bloodthirsty and killed every living thing they saw. To deal with such creatures, the Xianxia Palace's Xianxia sword arts would be more effective. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had encountered a ghost spirit in recent years. Moreover, it was a second-grade true energy disaster. No matter what, kill. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He had helped the people of this small town resolve their crisis. When the time came, he would take the cosmos rings of those killed by the ghost spirit as a reward. He had done his duty. However, when he approached again, he found that the ghost spirit's voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Soon, he arrived outside the small town. When he saw the face of the ghost spirit who had massacred the small town, his whole body trembled. Yangzhen! Yi Xian cried out in alarm. This ghost spirit with long, slender fingernails was actually Elder Yangzhen, who had been ordered to have her cultivation crippled by the Blood Rock sect master Guohua. How was this possible? He didn't kill Yangzhen, so how did she die? Could it be that she was too domineering before, so after her cultivation was crippled, she was killed by her enemy and turned into a ghost spirit? However, in the next moment, Yi Xian realized that Yangzhen was still alive. She wasn't dead. Under the eye of revelation, Yangzhen still had signs of life, so she wasn't dead. She had only become something that was neither human nor ghost. As for what exactly she had become, Yi Xian didn't know. However, his cry of alarm earlier was heard by Yangzhen. Yangzhen turned her head. When she saw Yi Xian, her scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Xian! Yi Xian! You killed my 2 sons. I'm going to kill you. Yangzhen killed a martial artist beside her who was on the verge of death, then quickly charged towards Yi Xian. If she was a ghost spirit, she would have floated in the air instead of running on the ground. Therefore, Yi Xian concluded that Yangzhen had been refined into a living corpse. This was because Yangzhen didn't have any true energy in her body, but her physique was more than 10 times stronger than before. F***CKU, what's going on? Yi Xian cursed in his heart and prepared to fight. That day, he didn't kill Yangzhen out of respect for young master Feng Shui. As a result, Yangzhen became something that was neither human nor ghost and massacred the entire small town. Today, he was going to kill Yangzhen as an offering to those people in heaven. 10,000 Ancestral Swords, Go! Chapter 986. Return of the 1,000 Swords, Go! Yi Xian threw the heaven-shaking sword without hesitation. The latter instantly split into hundreds of swords and flew towards Yangzhen. But what surprised Yi Xian was that although Yangzhen did not have true qi, her physique was much faster than before, even surpassing Guoteng. She actually dodged the return of the 1,000 swords and directly attacked Yi Xian. Humph, you have some ability. Yi Xian snorted lightly. His eyes emitted a golden light, and his hair turned golden in an instant. Eyes of Glory. Beast King Rage. Clone. Yi Xian split into 2. His sword was as fast as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks flew towards Yangzhen. But unexpectedly, Yangzhen still dodged them. Damn it, how did she become so strong? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. With his current strength, he could almost instantly kill the Yangzhen from that day. But the current Yangzhen, even after he revealed his trump card, he still could not do anything. What the F***CK, Yi Xian, I will kill you and avenge my 2 sons. Yangzhen screamed in a shrill voice as she rushed in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also heard a system notification. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission to kill Yangzhen in her zombie state. Reward, 1 Devour point. Hearing this, Yi Xian was speechless. That day, he did not complete the random mission to kill Yangzhen. But at that time, the reward was only to choose an advancement path of the beast god bloodline, which was very limited. But now, the reward was 1 Devour point, which meant that he could use it to strengthen other bloodlines. What a profit! Of course, he had to complete the mission to get the Devour point reward. Looking at you disgusts me. Die! Yi Xian did not care about anything else and attacked crazily. The 2 blonde Yi Xian continuously brandished golden sword qi. The scene was very beautiful. But at this time, Yangzhen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Yi Xian. Die! Yangzhen opened her mouth wide and her hands turned into claws. She clawed viciously at Yi Xian's main body. But at this moment, a giant sword suddenly fell from the sky and blocked her claws. ZZ. The sharp claws actually pierced through the giant sword. However, this heaven-shaking giant sword gave Yi Xian some time to catch his breath. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. The heaven-shaking giant swords in the sky fell down one after another, and instantly sealed Yangzhen inside, leaving only a few neck-sized holes. At this moment, Yi Xian's main body and doppelganger began to run wildly around the spiritual sword array. Disintegration Eye. Ice Snow Sword Technique. That small hole was just enough for the decomposition ray to pass through. But what shocked Yi Xian the most was that this time, Yangzhen actually braved the decomposition ray, opened up a small hole with both hands, and forcibly crawled out of the small hole. How is this possible? Yi Xian was so frightened that he almost swallowed his tongue. What the hell was this Yangzhen? How could her body twist like that and crawl out of a neck-sized hole? Oh my god. Now, he did not dare to be careless. This Yangzhen was really too terrifying, and he had to treat her seriously. It seems that this is the only way. Yi Xian's main body continued to use the disintegration eye, while his doppelganger directly flew towards the small town. Yangzhen did not have an interspatial ring on her, and after he swallowed the longevity pill, he was still a bit away from breaking through, so he let his doppelganger rush into the small town, hoping to break through. At this moment, Yangzhen had already crawled out of the spiritual sword array. Myriad swords, cut her. Yi Xian hurriedly controlled the heaven-shaking swords. Hundreds of heaven-shaking swords instantly shrank and swept towards Yangzhen, but she still nimbly dodged them. Yi Xian, you can't escape. I'm going to drink your blood, skin you, pull out your tendons, and feed your bones to the dogs. As Yangzhen muttered, she chased after Yi Xian with disheveled hair. UB*TCH. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately turned around to run, trying to pull away from Yangzhen. However, after using the Beast King Rampage, his speed was still slower than Yangzhen's. He was extremely helpless. Yangzhen's current strength was probably comparable to that of the Bloodstone sect leader, Guohua. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and grabbed at the air towards Yangzhen, who was madly chasing after him. A golden palm appeared, catching Yangzhen off guard, but in the blink of an eye, it was broken by Yangzhen. As expected, the dragon-catching hand was also useless. However, Yi Xian noticed something. When Yangzhen was grabbed by the golden palm, her body emitted a sizzling sound, like roasted meat, and steam was emitted. Yangzhen was also frowning in pain. It was obvious that she had been hurt. The Eye of Glory has such an effect? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had previously learned the Prime Clarity Sword technique, which had a beneficial effect on things like corpses and ghosts. However, he did not expect that the sword chi under the Eye of Glory would have the same effect. However, this effect was useless to him now. Yangzhen easily broke through the dragon-catching hand, so it would not be so easy to catch her next time, so Yi Xian did not use it. Soon, Yangzhen caught up to him. You old woman, take this. Yi Xian turned around and swung his sword. At the same time, he opened up a void door in the direction he was charging. When his sword chi slashed out, he dove headfirst into it. Whoosh! The void door closed just as Yangzhen arrived. Where did you go? Yangzhen widened her bloody eyes and looked around, but did not find Yi Xian. Yi Xian had escaped? No. He had used the Eye of the Void to cross a distance and come to the town where Yangzhen had slaughtered him. Hurry up, collect the interspatial rings and give them to me. Wei Zhentian, don't wander around. Hurry up. Yi Xian was burning with anxiety. In fact, he could use the Eye of the Void to escape, but the nearest location besides this town was the Wind Snow Villa. It was impossible for him to return to the Wind Snow Villa and waste a day in vain. After all, he was going to kill Yangzhen and get rid of evil for the people. When Yi Xian approached the town was already full of corpses. There were more than 1,000 corpses, among which there were true qi disaster experts. Yi Xian's original body, his doppelganger, and Wei Zhentian quickly searched the interspatial rings and tried to break through. They were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had collected all the interspatial rings and then devoured them all. Yi Xian, so this is where you were hiding. Die! A miserable cry fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yangzhen had come to kill him again. However, at this time, Yi Xian secretly revealed a smile. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 8th fleshly body disaster. Finally, he had broken through. Now, Yi Xian was not afraid of Yangzhen at all. Chapter 987. Yi Xian, go to hell. Yangzhen flashed in front of Yi Xian. But at that moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Wind and snow sword technique. Bang! The golden sword qi collided with Yangzhen's claws, and in the blink of an eye, it caused a violent tremor. This time, Yangzhen was sent flying. Combine. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger instantly combined, and his strength skyrocketed by 30%. In a one-on-one situation, it was better to combine. Yangzhen, although I don't know what the hell you've become, I'll still send you to hell. Yi Xian roared angrily. The skyquake sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he swiftly slashed out with all his strength. Yangzhen also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. She immediately used both hands to block, but in the next moment, her hands were blasted apart by the golden sword qi. Run! Yangzhen was not considered a ghost spirit, so she still had consciousness. She immediately turned around and ran. At that moment, Yi Xian's strength was no longer something she could fight against. Now, can you run? Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile, and he slashed out with his sword once again. Now, it was up to Yangzhen, who had lost her hands, how to block it. No. You can't kill me. I'm the corpse man's. Before Yangzhen could finish her words, she was struck by the golden sword qi. Immediately, a violent explosion occurred, and Yangzhen's body was blown apart. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Corpse ghost mark. The moment Yangzhen died, a black light suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. Ding! The host has been struck by the corpse ghost mark. The system notified. Yangzhen's body fell to the ground with a thud, but Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Instead, he was wondering what he had been struck by. It seems that it's another tracking mark. Could that corpse man be the one who refined Yangzhen into this? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling that he had gotten himself into trouble. However, the world was so big. It was not easy to meet a person. As long as Yi Xian's realm was high enough, he could erase this corpse ghost mark. Of course, he could also ask other experts for help. Therefore, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it. Ding! The host has successfully killed Yang. Random mission completed. Reward, 1 devour point. The system notified again. Now, Yi Xian had 2 devour points. With 3 more points, he would be able to create another doppelganger. Of course, he could also use it to strengthen his other bloodlines. I'll save them first. Yi Xian's face was filled with joy. 2 devour points were very useful. He immediately put away all the corpses and buried them when the time came. After all, this matter was more or less related to him. Of course, he left. However, when Yi Xian left the town, a young man sitting cross-legged on a stone cave in the Penglai sacred land suddenly opened his eyes. Is he dead? The young man murmured, although it's a defective product, it can't be killed by just anyone. Iron-faced ghost corpse, go kill that kid. Then, in another place far away, a man wearing a grey mask stood up and left the cave. Yi Xian, unaware that he had become a target, was on his way to Yang City. A day later, he finally arrived at Yang City, where Feng Wuhan's grandmother lived. Feng Wuhan's grandmother lives in the Shui clan of Yang City. It is said that there are 2 5th-grade true energy disaster experts. Feng Wuhan's elder brother, Feng Wuchen, is also here. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered Yang City. After asking around, he quickly found out the location of the Shui clan and quickly rushed over. "Who are you?" A guard of the Shui clan stopped Yi Xian. "I'm here to look for Shui Qing, the head of the Shui clan. I'm from the Windy Snow Manor," Yi Xian said directly. "Windy Snow Manor? Do you have a keepsake?" the guard asked. He had been in the Shui clan for more than 10 years, so he knew the relationship between the Shui clan and the Windy Snow Manor. "Yes." Yi Xian handed over the keepsake of the Windy Snow Manor and Shui Hong's letter to the guard. "Okay, come in with me." After the guard verified it, he led Yi Xian into the Shui clan and waited in a hall. Not long after, an old woman with a head full of white hair walked in with a few people. "Senior Shui Hong?" "No, it's twins." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He found that the old woman looked exactly the same as Shui Hong, the head of the Windy Snow Manor, even if her hair was white. However, their auras were different. After the old woman came in, she asked directly, "What happened to the Windy Snow Manor?" The letter that Yi Xian handed in just now only said that the Windy Snow Manor was in great trouble. As for the specific details, Yi Xian had to tell her personally. "Senior Shui Qing, it's like this." Yi Xian hurriedly told her what had happened. In short, there are 2 5th-grade true energy disasters in the Blazing Fire Manor, and they are preparing to launch a sneak attack on the Windy Snow Manor? The old woman instantly understood. "Yes, that's why the head of the manor wants to invite you to set up an ambush and wait for the Blazing Fire Manor to walk into the trap." Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, there's no time to lose. I'll immediately gather people and rush to the Windy Snow Manor." After the old woman finished speaking, she was ready to give the order to gather experts and wipe out the Blazing Fire Manor in one fell swoop. "Senior, please wait." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stopped her. Without wasting any time, he directly used the Eyes of the Void. A void door was opened, and then he went through it. He had left a void positioning device in the Shui clan, and the Windy Snow Manor also had one, so he could teleport anywhere. It was very convenient. What kind of method is this? The old woman and the group of Shui clan disciples behind her were shocked. They curiously passed through the void door and found that the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. "This is the Windy Snow Manor?" The group of Shui clan disciples was shocked. At this time, there were already several figures in front of them. They were Shui Hong, Feng Wenyao, and the others in the Windy Snow Manor. As soon as Yi Xian arrived in Yang City, he asked Luo Luo to inform Shui Hong. "Sister." Seeing Shui Qing coming over, Shui Hong hurriedly went to greet her. "Sister, what's going on?" At first, Shui Qing thought that she had entered an illusion. However, with her realm, it was impossible for Yi Xian, an 8th-grade human body disaster boy, to make her fall into an illusion. "Sister, this is Yi Xian's secret skill. It can directly connect the Windy Snow Manor and the Shui clan, but the price is vitality." Shui Hong explained and said, "The Blazing Fire Manor will probably make a move in a few days. At that time, we will need your help." Chapter 988. Alright, my Shui family hasn't made any big moves recently. I can immediately arrange for people to guard the Windy Snow Villa. Shui Qing immediately agreed. Then, she turned her head and said a few words to a middle-aged woman behind her. Then, the woman quickly passed through the void gate and returned to the Shui family in Yang City. With the experts of the Shui family and the experts of the Windy Snow Villa, if the people of the Fiery Fire Villa really came, they would be walking right into a trap. At that time, they could wipe out the fiery fire villa in one fell swoop and settle the grudge between the two families. Through Yi Xian's void gate, the Xue family had sent over quite a few experts. Including Xue Qing and her husband, there were a total of 2 experts at the 5th level of True Energy Disaster and 5 experts at the 4th level of True Energy Disaster. The strength of the fiery fire villa was about the same as that of the windy snow villa. Even with the addition of the old sect master of the Blood Rock sect, they only had one more 5th grade True Energy Disaster expert. However, the windy snow villa had one more 5th grade True Energy Disaster expert. It was impossible for the windy snow villa to lose this battle. The people of the Xue family hid in the windy snow villa and did not leave, because there might be spies of the fiery fire villa in the windy snow villa. Now, they were waiting for the people of the fiery fire villa to come. Young master, I broke through to the 5th grade of human body disaster. Young master, the 6th grade of human body disaster, the 7th grade of human body disaster. The 8th grade of human body disaster. While waiting for the fiery fire villa to attack, Luoluo's voice kept ringing in Yi Xian's mind. In just 5 days, Luoluo had directly soared to the 8th grade of human body disaster, and was still rushing toward the 9th grade of human body disaster. This speed shocked Xue Hong, Xue Qing, and the others to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, in the windy snow temple at the peak of the windy snow mountain. This time, our windy snow villa has picked up a treasure. In 7 days, she broke through from the 2nd grade of human body disaster to the 8th grade of human body disaster. This talent is absolutely unprecedented. Xue Hong couldn't help but say to Xue Qing beside her. To be honest, Xue Qing was also shocked. Even Wuchen at that time, it would take half a year to completely refine that bottle of snowflake pills, but that little girl actually only took 7 days. Her talent is 10 times better than Wuchen's. Lane's sister, how do you plan to train her? Xue Qing asked. If she can break through to the 1st layer of True Energy Disaster with just a bottle of snowflake pellets, then my wind snow villa won't have the ability to teach her. At that time, I'll send her to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Xue Hong replied. The Myriad Flower Valley was the overlord of this region, and it was said that they had experts of spirit disaster. However, the 10,000 Flower Valley was very strict in accepting disciples. Moreover, they only accepted female disciples. Someone from the Wind Snow Villa had once entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. A light flashed in Xue Qing's eyes and she said softly, 1,000 Flower Valley? That's a good place to get rid of. However, the disciples we sent there are only at the bottom. Otherwise, why would the Raging Fire Mountain Villa dare to provoke you? However, right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. It was actually 2 old men. They're here. Xue Qing and Xue Hong frowned when they heard the commotion. The Raging Inferno Manor had finally made a move. Go! Immediately, the 2 old men moved out together. Of course, Xue Qing and her husband had to hide first. When the real battle began, they would suddenly charge out. It was probably the same for the Raging Fire Mountain Villa. Women of the Wind Snow Villa, get out here. A loud roar reverberated in the Wind Snow Mountain, alarming everyone. Young master, come back quickly. The Raging Fire Mountain Villa is here to die, Luoluo hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the 10,000-layer snow mountain, hurriedly used the eyes of the void to return to his residence. He had been in the 10,000-layer snow mountain for the past few days, but regrettably, his realm did not increase. He was still at the 8th layer of human body disaster. After all, many creatures in the 10,000-layer snow mountain had hidden and hibernated. Now was a good opportunity to increase his realm. Yi Xian, let's go and fight. Feng Wuhan hurriedly rushed over. Young master, I'll go too. Luoluo took out her weapon. It was a middle-grade supreme spiritual treasure that Yi Xian had directly exchanged for her. It was called the Silver Whip, and it could be long or short, thick or thin. With this silver whip, Luo Luo could contend with an expert of the second layer of true energy disaster. After all, she had already comprehended sword force. Alright, let's go together. Yi Xian nodded. The blizzard array of the Winds Now Villa had been activated, and the people of the blazing volcano villa could only forcibly break through the array. During this time, the experts of the Winds Now Villa gathered together and prepared to fight the blazing volcano villa head-on. Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind Feng Wuhan and arrived at the foot of the Winds Now mountain. At this time, there were already hundreds of experts of the blazing volcano villa in orange outside the blizzard array. These people were all experts of true energy disaster. In the Blood Rock sect, there were only a dozen elders of true energy disaster, but there were hundreds of them in the blazing volcano villa. This was enough to prove the strength of the blazing volcano villa. Yi Xian followed Feng Wuhan and arrived behind Shui Hong. He hurriedly swept the area with his eye of revelation and found a familiar voice. Senior Shui, that's the old sect leader of the Blood Rock sect, Guo Xiaotian. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded and told Shui Hong Guo Xiaotian's appearance. So he was hiding in the Winds Now Villa's team and wanted to launch a sneak attack? Shui Hong coldly snorted and immediately ordered people to inform the experts of the Shui family who were still hiding in the Winds Now Villa. If Yi Xian hadn't informed him in advance, he really wouldn't have discovered Guo Xiaotian hiding in the blazing volcano villa's team. At that time, Guo Xiaotian would suddenly erupt with the strength of a 5th-grade true energy disaster and would be able to kill at least 2 4th-grade human body disaster experts. After that, the Winds Now Villa would be directly uprooted by the blazing volcano villa. Old woman, I've had enough. Today will be the day of your Winds Now Villa's destruction. The old villa master of the blazing volcano villa, Chai Jin, shouted angrily. Chai Jin, you'll talk after you break my blizzard array. Shui Hong coldly snorted. Both sides were well aware of the grudge between the two families. It had already reached the point where only one of them could live. Over the years, countless people had died because of the grudge between the two families. Today, they would decide who was better. Chai Jin's eyes flashed, and then he angrily shouted, "Break the array." In an instant, hundreds of true energy disaster experts attacked at the same time, launching attacks at the blizzard array. There were even people who directly broke into the blizzard array. The blizzard array was the protective umbrella of the Winds Now Villa. Even a 6th-grade true energy disaster expert wouldn't be able to break in so easily. Once the blizzard array started blowing snow, it would be very dangerous. Countless wind blades and snowflakes would smash at the enemy. At the same time, the temperature would sharply drop, much lower than the temperature of the Winds Now Villa. Chapter 989. Seeing that the people from the blazing fire villa had begun to break the formation, Feng Wenyao could not help but ask, "Mother, when are we going to make a move?" "There's no need to rush. This is a matter of life and death. Let them lose some of their men first. If the snowstorm array is broken, we can just repair it. Dead people can't be revived." Shui Hong replied. The snowstorm array was operating at full power. Countless wind blades and ice blades attacked the people of the blazing volcano villa. However, the people of the blazing volcano villa were all experts. They huddled together and easily passed the first half of the journey. As for the second half, it was a bit difficult for them. Aoo! A true energy disaster suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The surrounding people focused their eyes to look and discovered that a petite creature had bitten this person's leg. Snow ferret, everyone be careful. Someone recognized it. Snow ferret was a transcendent saint beast domesticated by the snowstorm villa. Although its realm wasn't high, it was poisonous. Even if it wasn't fatal, it could paralyze people for a period of time. If it was just one, it would be nothing to the people of the blazing volcano villa. However, the snowstorm villa didn't just have one. My feet can't move, everyone be careful, there's still the frost python. Miserable screams sounded one after another. They didn't expect such a crisis to be hidden in the thick snow. Although the people of the blazing volcano villa would melt the snow wherever they went, they were all defending against the wind blades and ice blades in the air. Who would pay attention to their feet? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were hit. Whoosh! A few unlucky people had their heads cut off by the ice blades of the snow storm array. Blood splattered everywhere. The face of the blazing volcano villa's old villa master, Chai Jin, sank and said, "Go to the front and open a path." They had lost people before even reaching the snow storm villa. This was not a good sign. Fortunately, there were many third-grade human body disaster experts. With them opening a path, those hidden dangers were no longer a problem. In the snow storm mountain, Shuehong looked at the experts of the blazing volcano villa and said, "The second half of the snow storm array is still a transcendent saint beast. It's not easy for us to tame it. Wenyao, have people close the snow storm array and prepare for battle." "Yes." Feng Wenyao responded and immediately sent a signal in a certain direction. The wildly dancing ice snow formation suddenly stopped. When the people from the blazing fire villa saw this, they immediately rushed forward. "Old woman Shui, are you going to give up on resisting?" Chai Jin's gaze landed on Shuehong. "Let's cut the crap. It's time for us to settle the grudge between our windy snow manor and your blazing fire manor today." Shuehong, who was leaning on his walking stick, suddenly shifted his gaze to a certain person in the raging inferno villa. He said, "Old sect leader Gua, this should be the first time we've met, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone from the manor of the blazing fire was shocked. Old sect leader Gua? This Shuehong actually knew that they had invited Gua Xiaotian? How is this possible? How did the news leak? Chai Jin was extremely shocked. He had secretly sent someone to invite Gua Xiaotian, so how did the people from the Wind Snow Villa find out? However, since the matter had been exposed, Gua Xiaotian did not need to hide anymore. "Yes, it's me." Gua Xiaotian slowly walked out of the crowd and said, "How did you find out?" Facing this question, Shuehong naturally would not say that Yi Xian had eavesdropped. He explained, "Our windy snow manor has the snow storm formation. Even if the raging inferno villa sent out all their forces, it would not be so easy for them to come here. Since they dared to come here directly, they obviously have something to rely on. Therefore, I guessed that they had cooperated with the Blood Rock sect." "Is that so?" Chai Jin did not believe it. Since he knew that they had 2 fifth-layer human body disaster experts, why was Shuehong still so calm? Not only that, but the other people from the Windy Snow Manor were also the same. It was as if they already knew that they were coming. Since that is the case, then we have nothing to say. If we delay, the situation will change. Kill. Chai Jin slowly said as he took the lead and rushed forward. The large blade in his hand was already itching to drink the blood of the Windy Snow Manor's disciples. In an instant, the 100 experts from the Blazing Fire Manor rushed over and attacked continuously. At the same time, the 100 experts from the Windy Snow Manor did the same. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian from the Windy Snow Manor's camp also made his move. 90% mastery of the Ice Snow Sword technique, Minute Realm Sword Force, Sword God Bloodline, and so on made Yi Xian's attack power even stronger than that of a second-layer True Energy Disaster expert. However, he hated long-range battles the most because even if someone died, he would not get any benefits. However, long-range battles were generally just the beginning. As time passed, the experts from both sides would gradually close the distance. At that time, it would be the group battle. Yi Xian mixed in the crowd and attacked continuously. Insightful eye. At this moment, he glanced around and found that Xue Qing and the other experts from the Xue family had already rushed out from the back of the Blazing Fire Manor. Now, the people from the Blazing Fire Manor were like a piece of ham that was sandwiched. What? An ambush? The Blazing Fire Manor's old manor master, Chai Jin, was shocked. When he saw the old woman leading the group, he instantly understood. Xue Qing, from the Xue family of Yang City. Chai Jin's expression changed drastically. No wonder the Wind Snow Manor looked like they were not afraid of you. It turned out that they were already prepared. Impossible. How did they know that the Blazing Fire Manor was going to attack today? Their information couldn't have been so fast. Chai Jin couldn't believe it. After all, it would take about 5 days to travel from the Wind Snow Manor to Yang City. But how could he know that Yi Xian's Eyes of the Void had directly saved the Xue family a few days of travel and arrived at the Wind Snow Manor in an instant? Now, the Blazing Fire Manor was in danger. Go, let's kill our way out. Chai Jin made a prompt decision and shouted loudly. Facing the siege of the Xue family and the Wind Snow Manor, they could only turn around and kill the Xue family and then escape. However, it was not that easy. It's time to act. Luo, let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Luo had now broken through to the 8th layer of human body disaster. Like him, her battle strength was so strong that when the two of them joined hands, it would not be a problem to deal with a 3rd layer true energy disaster. They had no way to deal with those experts, but it was really easy to deal with 1st and 2nd layer true energy disaster. Eye of Glory. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian did not split himself this time. After all, this could increase his strength by 30%, and he did not want to expose too many secrets. Chapter 990. The 3 parties had only fought for a few seconds, but several people from the Blazing Fire Villa had already fallen. Xue Qing and her husband were in charge of blocking Guo Xiaotian and Chai Jin. As for Xue Hong, she directly pulled out the sword in her walking stick and charged into the Blazing Volcano Villa's group. In short, the Windy Snow Villa had one more 5th stage human body disaster than the Blazing Volcano Villa. This extra person was enough to overturn the entire battle. However, at this time, there was another person watching the battle from high up in the sky. This person was wearing a gray iron mask and had a tall and sturdy figure. He was looking down, or more accurately speaking, he was locking onto a person. The person he was locking onto was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not notice him at this time, because he was outside of Yi Xian's detection range. At this time, Yi Xian was continuously killing enemies with Luo. The number of dead souls under their swords had already reached 4. 3 first stage true energy disaster and 1 second stage true energy disaster. Go, 10,000 swords return to origin. Yi Xian finally took out his trump card. This move was his strongest attack. In an instant, the Heavenquake sword transformed into hundreds of swords and attacked the enemies. These Heavenquake swords were all solid, and even 3rd stage true energy disaster experts would find it hard to resist. This was the best opportunity, because the experts from the Blazing Volcano Villa were being held back. As for the others, they would not be able to resist the 10,000 swords return to origin that lasted for more than 10 seconds. This group of swords swept into the Blazing Volcano Villa's group, and several people were killed in the blink of an eye. Young Master, catch! Luo was in charge of throwing the universe ring to Yi Xian with the retractable whip in her hand. The people from the Blazing Volcano Villa had already been completely defeated. Although they did not bring many good things this time, Yi Xian had killed quite a lot of people, so when added together, it was still a considerable amount. Finally, when Yi Xian received the 8th universe ring, he heard a notification sound. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at 9th stage human body disaster. This battle allowed Yi Xian to break through to 9th stage human body disaster. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to true energy disaster. However, when he made a breakthrough, the entire battle situation changed. Guo Xiaotian, the old sect master of the Bloodstone sect, and Chai Jin, the old villa master of the Raging Inferno villa, were both killed. The rest of the people scattered, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of the Ice and Snow Mountain villa and the Snow Mountain villa. "Don't let a single person go," Shui Hong shouted. This time, it was a good opportunity for them to wipe out the entire Raging Inferno villa in one fell swoop. How could she let go of this opportunity? As long as all these people died, the Blazing Volcano villa could be easily taken over. At that time, the disciples of the Wind Snow villa would not need to worry about being targeted by the people of the Blazing Volcano villa when they went out. Young master, I also broke through." At this moment, Luo suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Upon hearing Luo's words, the latter rolled his eyes. He had only managed to break through to the 9th level of human body disaster after much difficulty. As for Luo, she had actually managed to break through to the 9th level of human body disaster in the midst of battle. Truly, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This is good as well. The higher Luo's aptitude is, the more the Wind Snow Manor will value her. I can obtain the natural treasures I need to level up myself. With the Wind Snow Manor, Luo will be able to reduce the pressure on me. Yi Xian thought in his heart. After breaking through, his strength had greatly increased and he immediately followed the majority of the experts who were chasing after the Blazing Volcano villa. However, he still did not discover the figure in the sky. Since he did not discover it earlier, he would not discover it now because the other party had already left. With Shui Hong and the other 2 experts of the 5th level of human body disaster, the people of the Blazing Volcano villa were utterly defeated. In less than a minute, all of them had died. Half of the Blazing Volcano villa had already been destroyed. "Wen Yao, come with me to destroy the Blazing Volcano villa," Shui Hong immediately ordered. "Yes, mother." Feng Wenyao immediately responded. Then, a few people immediately went to the Blazing Volcano villa. As for Shui Qing and the others, they stayed in the Wind Snow villa for Shui Hong. The distance between the Blazing Volcano villa and the Wind Snow villa was more than 2 days. However, with the realm of Shui Hong and the others, it was estimated that they would arrive in less than a day. After a day, the Blazing Volcano villa was no longer there, only the Wind Snow villa. As for Yi Xian and Luo, they continued to stay in the Wind Snow villa to clean up the mess. In this battle, it was all thanks to the help of the Shui family. Otherwise, the Wind Snow villa would have suffered heavy losses. Of course, the biggest contributor was naturally Yi Xian. Without Yi Xian's reminder, the Wind Snow villa would not have been in a hurry to find the Shui family. Yi Xian estimated that when Shui Hong and the others returned, he would definitely reward them greatly. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yi Xian and Luo returned to their residence and quietly waited for the good news. At the same time, Feng Wuhan also returned. "Luo, hurry up and break through. Grandma said that as long as you break through to the 1st level of true energy disaster, she will send you to the 10,000 Flower Valley." Feng Wuhan said to Luo. When Luo heard this, she asked curiously, "What kind of place is the 10,000 Flower Valley?" "The 10,000 Flower Valley is the overlord of our area. The valley is filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the valley is at least several times that of our ice snow villa. It seems that there is also a spirit disaster expert overseeing the valley." Feng Wuhan explained. "Spirit disaster?" Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. It was difficult to strengthen the fleshly body, it was difficult to strengthen the true energy, and it was difficult to strengthen the spirit. However, after strengthening the spirit disaster, not only would it strengthen the spirit, it would also greatly strengthen the fleshly body and true energy. It could be considered an all-round improvement. That's right. My Snow Wind Villa once had 6 disciples enter the 10,000 Flower Valley. Their aptitudes could be considered top-notch in my Snow Wind Villa, but after entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, they were mediocre and did not have any achievements. After Feng Wuhan finished speaking, his gaze fell on Luoluo and said, "If Luoluo can break through to true energy disaster at the age of 15, your aptitude will be enough to be valued by the 10,000 Flower Valley. Your future achievements will be much better than staying in my 10,000 Flower Valley." When Luoluo heard this, she blinked her big eyes and giggled, "Okay, then I will quickly cultivate and try to break through to true energy disaster in half a month." Cough. Hearing this, Feng Wuhan nearly choked to death on his saliva. It had not even been a month since Luoluo entered the Snow Wind Villa, and her growth was obvious to all. Breaking through from the second level of human body disaster to the first level of true energy disaster in a month's time, he would probably be beaten to death. However, all in all, it was good to let Luoluo focus on cultivation. "Wuhan, have you heard of the glazed light sacred ground?" At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked. "Glazed light sacred ground?" Hearing this name, Feng Wuhan was stunned for a moment. He did not understand why Yi Xian suddenly asked this question. However, he had naturally heard of the glazed light sacred ground, so he immediately nodded, "I have heard of it. If I want to go to the glazed light sacred ground, how do I get there?" asked Yi Xian. This question left Feng Wuhan dumbfounded. The glazed light sacred ground was far away. Chapter 991. Yi Xian, you want to go to the glazed light sacred ground? That's far away. If it were me, it would take several years to reach the teleportation array to the glazed light sacred ground. Feng Wuhan replied. That's the same answer. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, Luoluo had asked Yangzhen, and Yangzhen had said that it would take at least 10 years, which was based on the speed of first-grade true energy disaster. What if it's someone with spirit disaster? Yi Xian asked again. If it's someone with spirit disaster, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. If it's the Wanxiang realm, it would probably only take 1 or 2 months. Feng Wuhan replied. Wanxiang realm. This realm was still too far away for Yi Xian. After all, he was only at 9th grade human body disaster, not even true energy disaster. After true energy disaster, there was still the spirit disaster. Sigh, I'm still too far away. I would need to be at least at the Wanxiang realm to reach the glazed light sacred ground. Moreover, I don't know what level of power the Yin-Yang temple is in the glazed light sacred ground. Yi Xian shook his head in distress. Now, more than half a year had passed since Song Suijing and Song Caijue were captured, and he didn't know how they were doing. Yi Xian was asking for trouble by asking this question, so he didn't ask too much. In any case, he just needed to increase his realm. In order to increase his strength as soon as possible, Yi Xian took advantage of the time when Shuihong and the others went to the Blazing Fire Villa to continue training in the depths of the Snow Mountain. As for Luoluo, she stayed in her residence and cultivated, striving to break through to first-grade true energy disaster as soon as possible. However, just as Yi Xian left the windy snow villa, a figure quietly followed him. The Snow Mountain, I reckon that I was only in the periphery. I hope that I'll have a bit of luck this time and encounter more transcending sovereign sacred beasts, allowing me to break through to true energy disaster. Yi Xian muttered as he went deeper into the Snow Mountain. Although he had a spatial positioning in the Snow Mountain, he had already cleaned up the area when he was waiting for the Blazing Fire Villa's attack. Therefore, he had to change his direction today. Yi Xian was very fast, but the figure behind him was not slow either. However, Yi Xian did not discover him. Yi Xian had been rushing towards the 10,000-layered snow mountain for half a day. Along the way, he had killed quite a few transcending supremacy saint beasts, but all of them were of the human body disaster realm. At this time, Yi Xian had already stepped into the area where true energy couldn't surpass supreme sacred beasts. However, at this moment. Ding! The ghoul imprint has been activated. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. What? When Yi Xian heard this notification, he was also stunned. The ghoul mark had been triggered? What do you mean? Just as he was overwhelmed with shock, a figure suddenly entered the range of his perception. Sneak attack. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He turned around and swung his sword. Swish! A beam of sword light pierced through the air. Bang! The figure in the air wielded a simple and unadorned iron sword and defeated Yi Xian's sword light. To be honest, Yi Xian was only able to discover him thanks to the eye of perception. This was because Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see him. He was outside of Yi Xian's field of vision. Not to mention Yi Xian, even Xue Hong couldn't discover him. As for him, he relied on the ghoul imprint in Yi Xian's body to be able to lock onto Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at the mysterious gray-masked figure in the air. However, this mysterious figure didn't speak. It was as if he didn't know how to speak. Instead, he charged at Yi Xian. He was at the third-grade true energy disaster. Yi Xian snorted. A mere third-grade true energy disaster couldn't do anything to him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. This mysterious gray-masked figure was terrifyingly strong. He was comparable to Feng Wuchen, who was about to break through the fourth-grade true energy disaster. Xiao. The gray-masked man rapidly descended. His speed was astonishing. He scuttled in front of Yi Xian and directly slashed out with his sword. Clang! Yi Xian's reaction was a beat too slow. He was sent flying by the sword. At the same time, the web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand was split open. Blood spurted out. So strong. Yi Xian was startled. At the same time, he was also rapidly thinking about the identity of the person in front of him. He had seen many third-grade true energy disasters experts. One of them was the sect master of the Bloodstone sect. The other was an expert from the Blazing Volcano Villa. However, he had seen the aura of the sect master of the Bloodstone sect before. The aura of the person in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. The Corpse Man? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this name. This Corpse Man was most likely the mastermind behind the transformation of Yang Zhen into a half-human, half-ghost form. Yang Zhen had an extremely strong physique, and so did this gray-masked man. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that this gray-masked man should have been sent by the Corpse Man to be able to find this place. You're quite capable. However, a mere third-grade true energy disaster can't do anything to me. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move to kill this gray-masked man. However, at this moment. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission, evading pursuit. The time limit is 1 day. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with half a brilliant gold ore. The system suddenly notified. What? Yi Xian was startled. What kind of damned mission was this? It actually asked him to evade the pursuit of this gray-masked man? Why was it this kind of mission and not directly killing this gray-masked man? Yi Xian couldn't understand. However, this was a random mission from the system, so he could only do this. Humph, for half a brilliant gold ore, I'll spare your life. Chase me for a day if you have the guts. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart, turned around and ran. If the random mission was to kill the gray-masked man, Yi Xian would have directly used the Eye of Glory. Unfortunately, it was a mission to evade pursuit. This was really a damned mission. However, the reward of the mission was actually half a brilliant gold ore. This was a good thing. Although half a brilliant gold ore wouldn't be able to fully activate the Eye of Glory, he could still upgrade it a little. Perhaps he could use 1 or 2 skills at that time. Because of this damned mission, Yi Xian had to be chased for a day. Coincidentally, this snowy mountain was a good place. Yi Xian wouldn't have a problem running for a day. Although the gray-masked man's speed was fast, Yi Xian was 2 realms higher than when he first met Yang Zhen. He could completely control his speed. Huff, huff, huff. The gray-masked man continuously attacked Yi Xian, but his attacks were always dodged by Yi Xian. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Yi Xian used the snow wind movement technique to continuously dodge. If it was an ordinary person running at full speed for 3 hours, they would probably be exhausted, not to mention using up their qi. However, for Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the Tree of Life, this was a piece of cake. This gray-masked man wasn't human. He was like a robot. He didn't speak and just chased after Yi Xian. Very quickly, half a day passed. Chapter 992. When Yi Xian first received the random mission, he felt like he was being cheated. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this brilliant gold ore was given to him for free. All he had to do was spend a day. Very quickly, a day passed. The iron-masked man still hadn't caught up to Yi Xian. Soon, soon. It's almost a day. After running for more than 20 hours, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Finally, 24 hours passed. Ding, evading mission completed. Host has received half a brilliant gold ore again. After the notification, half a brilliant gold ore appeared in the devouring space. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian used the brilliant gold ore to activate Eye of Glory. Ding, Eye of Glory has been activated to 60%. Host has learned Overlord's Limitless Sword. Overlord's Limitless Sword. Yi Xian muttered this name in his heart. His confidence suddenly exploded. This skill must be very powerful. Eye of Glory. Since the random mission was completed, Yi Xian didn't need to continue running. He immediately activated Eye of Glory. The blonde, golden-eyed Yi Xian suddenly stopped. You iron bastard! Aren't you tired after chasing me for an entire day? Now, I'll show you. Yi Xian roared. The sky-quake sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a golden light. Then, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed at the iron-masked man. A huge phantom of a golden sword suddenly appeared. Following the sky-quake sword in Yi Xian's hand, the huge golden sword also slashed the ground. Pang! Although the iron-masked man dodged the huge shadow of the golden sword, in the next moment, the sudden pressure instantly shattered all the bones in his body as well as his internal organs. Then, the iron-masked man collapsed like a squid. Rumble! A huge empty space was cleared out of the snow. All the snow melted, and the word Emperor appeared on the ground. This is Overlord's Limitless Sword? Why does it look so similar to Eunuch Hai's bone-melting soft palm? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was an AoE skill. Its power was not weak, and it relied on shock waves to kill. At the same time, this tyrannical emperor's limitless sword also had a cooldown time of 1 day. The refresh time was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin, at midnight. Now, Yi Xian had another trump card. However, the tyrannical emperor's limitless sword consumed a lot of true energy. After using it, Yi Xian's true energy was almost completely depleted. Fortunately, he had the Tree of Life's bloodline to quickly recover. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He approached the iron-masked man to confirm if he was dead. But at this moment... Swish! Yi Xian was startled when a white light suddenly shot out from the iron-masked man's body. When Yi Xian saw it clearly, he realized that it was a skull made of energy. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You actually defeated my newly refined ghost corpse. You're quite capable, kid. The white skull suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. You are the corpse Daoist? Yi Xian asked in shock. That's right. I am the corpse Daoist. The white skull replied, that woman was just a defective product. You killed her. Now that you dare to kill my ghost corpse, even the immortals can't save you, Tisk, such a weak ghost corpse. It seems that your strength isn't that great. Yi Xian said with disdain. Hee, I have countless ghost corpses. Some of them are so strong that you can't imagine. Just you wait. I won't stop hunting you down. I will refine you into a new ghost corpse to make up for. The white skull laughed dryly, then suddenly exploded, leaving behind a stunned Yi Xian. It seems that this corpse Daoist is quite capable. He can actually talk to me through space. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This corpse Daoist actually wanted to refine him into a ghost corpse. He was simply courting death. The path of corpse and ghost generally required the blood essence and flesh of living people. Those who walked this path were usually very cruel. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be more careful in the future because he felt that what the corpse Daoist said was true. In the future, there would definitely be ghost corpses that would continue to hunt him down unless he killed the corpse Daoist or erased the ghost mark. If I erase the ghost mark, then the corpse Daoist will very likely cause trouble for the Snow Wind Villa. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to keep it. When ghost corpses came to kill him, he might be able to trigger another mission. This was simply a gift for him. Then, Yi Xian went over and took off the Iron Mask Man's interspatial ring. However, he found that there wasn't much inside. It was just a poor ghost. Forget it, I'll continue to break through. Yi Xian shook his head and prepared to go deeper into the snow mountain. This time, he must break through to True Qi Disaster. The snow mountain was very big and there were many supreme saint beasts, but not many of them came out to hunt. Yi Xian stayed in the snow mountain for 2 days. However, he didn't break through to True Qi Disaster because of this. Young master, the old villa lord is back. Luo Luo transmitted her voice to him. Okay, I'll go back immediately. In desperation, Yi Xian could only break through the void and return to the Snow Wind Villa. Although he didn't break through to the first grade of True Qi Disaster, now that Xuehong was back, he would naturally be rewarded. When Xuehong returned, her face was full of joy. Yi Xian knew that the Raging Fire Villa was no more. The victory this time was thanks to Yi Xian, so Xuehong immediately called Yi Xian over. When Yi Xian arrived at the Snow Wind Temple at the peak of the snow mountain, he found that many people had already gathered here. Yi Xian, this time, our Snow Wind Villa not only avoided the crisis, but also destroyed the Raging Fire Villa. You contributed the most. What reward do you need? Just tell me. Xuehong, who was sitting at the head of the table, said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also thought so he didn't hesitate and said, Old Villa Lord, I need some ores. Huh? Why do you want these things? Xuehong didn't understand why Yi Xian wanted these things. Weren't ores usually used to forge weapons? However, Xuehong felt that Yi Xian had too many secrets, so she didn't ask much. She said directly, the main business of the Raging Fire Villa is to forge supreme spiritual treasures. There are many ores in the villa. I'll ask someone to prepare them. After saying that, she asked Feng Wenyao to get them. Feng Wenyao came back soon and handed Yi Xian an interspatial ring. Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and found that it was full of ores, enough for Wei Zhentian. Thank you, old villa lord. Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. There was a lot of ores. Not only could Wei Zhentian level up, but he could also break through to the True Qi Disaster. Wuhan must have told you about it. Once Luo Luo breaks through to the True Qi Disaster, I'll send her to the Thousand Flower Valley to cultivate, Xuehong continued. Chapter 993. Thank you, grandmother. Luo Luo quickly thanked her as well. In order to help you break through as soon as possible, I'll give you this Snow King pill. After you break through, I'll ask Wuchen to send you to the 10,000 Flower Valley, Xuehong said. As soon as she finished speaking, another jade bottle flew toward Luo Luo. Luo Luo's eyes lit up when she heard that. It seemed like she could speed up her breakthrough. After that, the Xue family began to discuss their future cooperation with the Windy Snow Manor. As for Yi Xian, he left with Luo Luo. When they returned to their residence, Wei Zhentian jumped out by himself. He couldn't wait to devour the ores. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me break through first. Yi Xian comforted him before he began to devour the ores. His cultivation began to rise. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at first grade true energy disaster. The moment the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt that the true energy in his body had doubled. Not only that, but even his physique felt the same. I've finally broken through. Wei Zhentian, the rest of the ores are yours. Yi Xian grinned and poured out all the ores. Wei Zhentian immediately pounced over and drilled into the ocean of ores, starting to crazily devour them. Young master, I'll refine the pill too. After Luo Luo said that, she flew back to her room and began to refine the Snow King pill that she had just obtained. This Snow King pellet was something that even experts at the first or second stage of true energy disaster coveted. However, Xuehong had casually tossed out such a precious pellet for Luo Luo. It was enough to show how much she valued Luo Luo. After all, when Luo Luo grew up in the future, she would definitely not forget the kindness that the Windy Snow Manor had shown them. When that time came, the Windy Snow Manor would naturally rise in status. For the next few days, Yi Xian stayed there obediently. On the third day after Luo Luo obtained the Snow King pill, she finally broke through to first-grade true energy disaster. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also reached first-grade true energy disaster after devouring so many ores. Yi Xian, Luo Luo, and Wei Zhentian all broke through to first-grade true energy disaster. Young master, I'm going to 10,000 Flower Valley. Are you coming? Luo Luo asked. Of course I'll escort you there. At the same time, I'll also go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded silently. Feng Wuchen was Feng Wuhan's elder brother. He had already broken through to the fourth stage of true energy disaster and was the #1 genius of Wind Snow Villa. With him escorting them, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, the person being escorted was Luo Luo. Yi Xian was worried, so he naturally followed along. I heard that the 10,000 Flower Valley is filled with female disciples. If young master goes there, he might charm a lot of them. Luo Luo couldn't help but tease Yi Xian. Cough, I'm already 25 years old, but I'm only at the first grade of true energy disaster. This kind of talent can be found anywhere in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter which world it was the same. Even on Earth, if you worked hard to climb up to a position with a monthly salary of 10,000, there would still be people above you with a monthly salary of 30,000, 50,000, or even 100,000. Even if you climbed up to a monthly salary of 100,000, or even a monthly salary of 1,000,000, there would still be people who were countless times nobler than you at birth. His father could casually give him a few million as pocket money. This was something that couldn't be compared. Yi Xian didn't have a noble birth, but he did. This system could allow him to grow indefinitely. If he had to choose between the manifestation realm and the manifestation realm, he would definitely choose it. This was because even if he was born at the manifestation realm, without it, he was just an ordinary person. However, it could allow him to surpass the manifestation realm and become stronger. It would allow him to possess endless potential and give him the chance to surpass those so-called favored children of heaven. Now that he and Luo Luo had both broken through to the first grade of true energy disaster, it was time for them to go to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Immediately, they found Xuehong. Oh, Luo Luo has already broken through. You really didn't disappoint me. Xuehong smiled in satisfaction. This is all thanks to Grandma, Luo Luo giggled. Good, good. Xuehong nodded with a smile. Then, she took out a letter from her universe ring and handed it to Luo Luo. She said, the Wind Snow Villa has an opportunity to send a girl to the 10,000 Flower Valley every year. This year, I'll give it to you. I hope you can cultivate well after entering the 10,000 Flower Valley. Grandma, I will. Luoluo nodded obediently. Xuehong nurtured Luoluo because firstly, Luoluo's aptitude was very good. She definitely surpassed Feng Wuchen. Secondly, Luoluo was obedient and cute. Xuehong didn't have a daughter or granddaughter, so she treated her like her own. Of course, Luoluo also understood this, so she also treated the Wind Snow Villa as her own home and Xuehong as her own grandmother. Alright, you can set off tomorrow. I'll let Wuchen escort you there. If anything happens, you can directly return to the Wind Snow Villa, Xuehong said. Yi Xian and Luoluo nodded and immediately left. Soon, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yi Xian and Luoluo were ready to set off, while Feng Wuchen was already waiting at the entrance of the Wind Snow Villa. Feng Wuchen was 1 year older than Yi Xian. He had recently broken through to the 4th grade of Genuine Energy Disaster. This time, he was going to the 10,000 Flower Valley because his wife happened to be there, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hello, Brother Wuchen. After seeing Feng Wuchen, Luoluo greeted him respectfully. Feng Wuchen was colder than Feng Wuhan. He didn't talk much. He just nodded silently and said directly, "Let's go." Sure enough, he was pitifully quiet. Yi Xian and Luoluo directly followed Feng Wuchen to the 10,000 Flower Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley was quite far from the Wind Snow Villa. With Feng Wuchen's speed of the 4th grade of Genuine Energy Disaster, it would take at least 3 days. However, Yi Xian and Luoluo's speed was not slow. Plus, they could travel overnight, so they could arrive in 5 days at most. On the way to the 10,000 Flower Valley, Feng Wuchen only spoke a few times. Most of the time, Yi Xian was chatting with Luoluo. On the way, there were some ignorant people and supreme saint beasts, but they were all killed by Feng Wuchen's sword. Soon, they entered the boundary of the 10,000 Flower Valley. In another day, they would arrive at the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, at this moment, ding! The corpse ghost mark has been activated. The system suddenly prompted. After hearing this prompt, Yi Xian's body trembled. The corpse ghost man is here again? He hurriedly turned his head to look, but didn't find any movement. His action also surprised Luoluo and Feng Wuchen. Chapter 994. There's danger. Be careful. Yi Xian immediately said and became extremely vigilant. He had already heard the system notification, which meant that there was danger in the surroundings. However, his eye of perception and eye of revelation did not discover anything, which meant that the other party was still outside the range of his senses. Danger? When Feng Wuchen heard this, he immediately took out his weapon. Although Yi Xian was only at the 1st grade of True Energy Disaster, which was much lower than his, if it weren't for Yi Xian last time, Blizzard Villa would have been in danger. Sure enough, just 2 seconds after Yi Xian heard the notification, 2 figures quickly rushed over. They're here. Yi Xian reminded and looked in 2 directions. This time, it was actually 2 ghost corpses. Ghost corpses had extremely strong physiques and could use true energy at the same time, which made them very difficult to deal with. The ghost corpses that came this time were much faster than the iron-masked man that day. They were at least at the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster. Soon, Feng Wuchen and Luoluo saw the 2 figures rushing over. Who are you? Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. However, the 2 ghost corpses did not answer. Chapter 995. In fact, even Feng Wuchen didn't expect that he would suddenly comprehend the perfect level of sword force. Sword force wasn't something that ordinary people could control. Some people couldn't comprehend the minute-level sword force even after practicing for 10 years. Some people didn't even need a month to comprehend the perfect level sword force. This was talent. Before Yi Xian could speak, the 2 ghost corpses suddenly spewed out 2 puffs of white mist. Be careful. Feng Wuchen yelled and quickly retreated. The two puffs of white mist fused together and condensed into a white skull. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I didn't expect to fail again. Interesting, interesting. Kid, don't relax. I'm still hunting you down. The white skull opened its mouth and said a few words before dispersing. What is this? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. Yi Xian looked at the two ghost corpses with decent strength and answered honestly, it's an enemy I made in the past. He's called the Corpse Man and has been hunting me down. Corpse Man? Feng Wuchen's cold face froze as he frowned slightly. He seemed to be searching for this name in his mind, but he couldn't find any related memories. Brother Wuchen, is there such a cultivation force around here? Luo asked curiously. There's a place called the Land of the Dead. There are two sects there. One is called the Sect of the God of Ghost and the other is the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse Man should be from there. Feng Wuchen's expression was a little ugly. Land of the Dead. It sounds terrifying. Luo shuddered. Little girls were more afraid of such things. The Sect of the God of Ghost and the Corpse King Palace, as their name suggested, dealt with things like ghosts and spirits, while the other was proficient in refining corpses. Yi Xian secretly noted it down and continued asking, how are these two forces? Very strong. They both have manifestation realm experts, Feng Wuchen answered honestly. Manifestation realm experts. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian heard of this realm. Although he could challenge those a few realms above him, he was just an ant in the eyes of a spirit disaster expert, not to mention a manifestation realm expert. Upgrade. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Only by leveling up and becoming stronger would he be able to go to the glazed light sacred ground and kill that damn transvestite old ancestor. Alright, let's continue our journey. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. The three of them continued on their journey. Although the road ahead might still be dangerous, Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, had increased his strength tremendously. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to use minute sword force. If he encountered a strong opponent, he would use perfect sword force to launch a sneak attack. With him around, it would be much safer. Yi Xian originally thought that the Corpse Man would continue to send ghost corpses to ambush him, but what he didn't expect was that they didn't encounter any danger in the following day. Soon, they arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley. There were only women in the 10,000 Flower Valley, so Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen couldn't enter. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't approach the valley. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley, they were stopped by several disciples guarding the entrance. What's the matter? A female disciple in the lead stopped the three of them, and behind her were more than 10 beautiful girls in pink. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at them with his eye of revelation and couldn't help but gulp. He wasn't shocked by the appearance of these female disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley, but because the strength of these female disciples was beyond his imagination. Damn, these people are even stronger than the old villa master of the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian was shocked and secretly praised the 10,000 Flower Valley. The Wind Snow Villa couldn't even raise its head in front of the 10,000 Flower Valley. At this time, Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at the female disciple in the lead and said, "Ladies, I'm Feng Wuchen from the Wind Snow Villa." "Oh, the Wind Snow Villa? Are you here to send someone?" The female disciple in the lead looked at Luo and said in surprise, "You're a fox girl. Where's the letter?" "The letter is here." Luo trotted over and handed over the letter written by Shui Hong. The female disciple in the lead took the letter and nodded. "Good, it's indeed from the Wind Snow Villa. Is there anything else?" This, Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, "Last year, there was also a woman in the Wind Snow Villa. Her name is Bao Qin. I hope you can tell her that I'm her husband." "Bao Qin? Okay, I got it. You two wait outside." The female disciple in the lead nodded and then asked someone to take Luoluo into the 10,000 Flower Valley. "Young master, I'm going in," Luoluo said through voice transmission. "Well, remember to hide the golden tail hair," Yi Xian reminded her. Luoluo's aptitude was very strong. She didn't need to join any force because she had inherited the memory. However, Yi Xian was still too weak, so if he joined the 10,000 Flower Valley, he wouldn't need to worry about Luoluo's cultivation resources. Relatively speaking, Yi Xian's realm would improve faster. After a while, the female disciple who took Luoluo away came back. Junior sister Baoqin is not in the valley now. She went to Xingyang City in the northwest to buy something and hasn't come back yet, the female disciple replied. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he thanked her. "Thank you for telling me." This time, he escorted Yi Xian and Luoluo to the 10,000 Flower Valley partly because his wife was cultivating in the valley. After not seeing each other for so long, he naturally wanted to be lovey-dovey. "Then, should we go directly to Xingyang City now or wait here?" Yi Xian asked. "Let's go and find them. We can also bring some things to the Wind Snow Villa," Feng Wuchen replied. "Okay." Immediately, Yi Xian followed Feng Wuchen to Xingyang City. Xingyang City was quite powerful, much more powerful than the Wind Snow Villa. It was said that the city lord was an expert of the 7th grade of true energy disaster. Yi Xian followed Feng Wuchen to Xingyang City because he had a plan. He wanted to see if there were any brilliant gold ores and collect some martial arts to repair the dragon catcher hands. Xingyang City was a day's journey from the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, with Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen's speed, they only needed half a day to arrive. Along the way, Yi Xian also used his eye of perception to help see if there were any disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley passing by. During this half a day, they also didn't encounter any noteworthy dangers. Soon, they arrived at Xingyang City. Baoqin was from the Wind Snow Villa. Now that Luoluo had joined the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yi Xian needed to see her and entrust her to take care of Luoluo. However, on the way, they met the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. What a coincidence! "Ladies, I am Feng Wuchen, Baoqin's husband. May I ask where Baoqin is now?" Feng Wuchen directly stopped the female disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Chapter 996. A short-haired female disciple was surprised. "I heard junior sister Baoqin mention you before. You're the #1 genius of the Wind Snow Villa. But you don't look like much. You're only at the 4th grade of true energy disaster." Feng Wuchen's expression turned ugly when he heard this. This short-haired female disciple was also at the 4th grade of true energy disaster, and she was much younger than him. The 10,000 Flower Valley was indeed powerful. The short-haired female disciple continued, "All right, junior sister Baoqin did follow us to Xingyang City. But she's not feeling well today, so she's resting in the 10,000 Flower Inn. She's in the 4th room. Thank you for the information, Mississippi." Feng Wuchen thanked her and left. The 10,000 Flower Inn was a place for the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley to stay. After finding out where Baoqin was, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen went to look for her. The 4th room was actually a courtyard, but when Yi Xian got close, he realized something was wrong. Surprisingly, there were 2 people in this house. A petite woman had her hands on her hips, and a man was standing behind her. He was hugging the woman's slender waist and doing those shameful actions. "Damn it, it can't be, right?" Yi Xian cursed in his heart and quickly checked the room number. The 4th room. That's right. The inn had a soundproof array. As long as the door was closed, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear anything unless there was a fight going on inside. However, Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could clearly feel what was going on inside. It was like a living erotic painting. Although he didn't see it with his eyes, it was enough to shock him. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye. Feng Wuchen had a head of long black hair and was very handsome. However, the way Yi Xian looked at him was a bit off. There was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Wuchen walked to the door of the courtyard and knocked on it. There was a soundproof array in the room, but they could still hear what was going on outside. When the man and woman in the room heard the sound, they couldn't help but tremble and stop what they were doing. Don't worry about him. Finish him first. The young man gasped for breath. When his voice fell, he continued to work. The woman's face was flushed red, but she didn't pay much attention to him after hearing his words. She continued to cater to the young man's movements. Pa. 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 The sound frequency in the room was very uniform, but Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen couldn't hear it. That's strange. Didn't they say that they were resting? Feng Wuchen frowned and knocked on the door again. Yi Xian, who was standing behind him, suddenly felt conflicted. Should he tell Feng Wuchen about this? If he hid it from Feng Wuchen, then he would be letting Feng Wuchen down. But if he told him and Feng Wuchen did something, then what should he do? Feng Wuchen is mature. He won't do anything out of line, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he couldn't guarantee it. After all, the person in the room could be Feng Wuchen's wife. After seeing his wife doing that kind of thing with another man, as long as he was a normal man, he would not be able to remain calm. Forget it. She's already been cheated on. If I'm still in the dark, then it'll be too tragic. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. He looked at Feng Wuchen, who kept knocking on the door, and said, "Big brother Wuchen." Feng Wuchen heard his voice and turned to look at Yi Xian in surprise. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Big brother Wuchen, I have something to tell you. I hope you can remain calm after hearing it." "What?" Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. "Well, actually, I sensed that there are two people in the room," Yi Xian replied. "Two?" Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He didn't understand what Yi Xian meant. "Alright, there's a man and a woman in the room, and they're doing that kind of thing." Yi Xian sighed and went straight to the point. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's body shook. He asked in shock, "Are you serious?" "Definitely. A man and a woman." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Boom. When Feng Wuchen heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. How could he not know what that kind of thing was? Yi Xian must have his reasons for saying this. He believed in Yi Xian's ability. After all, it was Yi Xian who brought him from the Shui family to the Wind Snow Villa. "Bastard!" Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. He raised his eyebrows and directly entered the courtyard. Yi Xian hurriedly followed, afraid that Feng Wuchen would do something in Xingyang City. Xingyang City was much more powerful than the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian wasn't afraid, but if Feng Wuchen did something, it would implicate the Wind Snow Villa. Bang! Feng Wuchen landed in front of the door and kicked it in. Then, two crisp sounds rang in his ears. Pa! Pa! After the two crisp sounds, it instantly stopped. Feng Wuchen kicked open the door and immediately saw the two naked people in the room. The two people in the room were currently in that strange position, looking at Feng Wuchen and Yi Xian in astonishment. Most importantly, the naked woman holding the bed with both hands was Feng Wuchen's wife, Bao Qin. At this moment, her small mouth was wide open, and her face was filled with shock. "Wuchen?" Bao Qin caressed her hair that was soaked in sweat. She suspected that she had overexerted herself and was seeing an illusion. The young man was startled by the sudden interruption. His body softened and he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Bao Qin came back to her senses. She knew that she didn't see an illusion, but a real person. She hurriedly grabbed the clothes on the bed to cover her body and said in surprise, "Wuchen, why are you here?" Feng Wuchen glared at Bao Qin and said sternly, "You adulterous couple, go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly took out his weapon and raised his hand. However, this time, he didn't use any true qi. He stopped at the last moment. This was because he knew that if he made a move in Xinjiang City, he would definitely be arrested by the city guards. However, the young man took out a long sword and slashed fiercely. "Trash, you scared me." Scram! Bang! A ray of sword qi landed on Feng Wuchen's chest and sent him flying. He was a reputable person in Xinjiang City. When Feng Wuchen suddenly barged in, he was scared out of his wits. "Don't you know that men can't be scared when doing things? What are you doing?" Bao Qin saw that her husband was sent flying and hurriedly rushed out. "Wuchen, are you okay? I don't need your hypocrisy. You actually did this behind my back. I'm really blind." Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He took out a piece of paper from his universe ring and used his blood as a pen. "Bao Qin, I'm divorcing you today. You don't need to return to Wind Snow Villa in the future." After Feng Wuchen finished writing the divorce letter, he threw it to the ground. Chapter 997. Bao Qin, I'll divorce you today. You don't need to return to the Windy Snow Manor anymore. Feng Wuchen glared at the young man in the room. He had to remember this person's face. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely kill him. The hatred of stealing his wife was irreconcilable. Then, Feng Wuchen turned around and left without looking back. As for Yi Xian, he looked at Bao Qin, whose clothes had already fallen off. He sighed coldly and left with Feng Wuchen. In order to see Bao Qin, Feng Wuchen had rushed from the Wind Snow Manor to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Then, he rushed to Xinjiang City from the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, he didn't expect that his wife would do such a thing with another man behind his back. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Wuchen still cared about the Wind Snow Manor, he probably would have killed that young man with a sword. Bao Qin stared at Feng Wuchen's lonely back and froze. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed in her plan. "Humph, this is your useless husband? He's only a 4th-grade true energy disaster." The young man walked out from inside naked. He grabbed Bao Qin and forced her onto the stone table in the courtyard. Continue. Feng Wuchen's expression was ugly when he came out of the 10,000 Flower Inn. However, this was understandable. After all, he had seen his wife do such a thing with another man. If it was Yi Xian just now, he probably would have directly killed that 4th-level true energy disaster youth. However, Feng Wuchen couldn't because he had the Windy Snow Manor behind him. Yi Xian chased after him. He looked at him and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Wuchen, should we turn back?" And, to be honest, Feng Wuchen also wanted to kill the young man. However, he was afraid of the young man's background. No. Feng Wuchen was still rational. He knew that the consequences would be severe if he made a move in Xinjiang City. "Then let's kill that guy secretly," Yi Xian suggested. This was a good suggestion. However, the other party seemed to have a powerful background. Since he had injured Feng Wuchen in the city, it meant that he wasn't afraid. This time, Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he left the city. "Let me be alone." Feng Wuchen's long hair fluttered in the wind. He left Yi Xian alone and flew into a forest outside the city. Yi Xian didn't follow him and returned to the city. He sneaked back to the 10,000 Flower Inn and found that the adulterous couple was still working. That was enough. He waited in the distance and used the eye of perception to investigate. Soon, the two separated. The young man put on his clothes and left 10,000 Flower Inn. "Let me see what kind of background you have. How dare you touch Wu Chen's wife?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The perception eye allowed Yi Xian to maintain a distance of tens of thousands of meters from this youth. This tracking skill was simply heaven-defying. Sima family, third young master Sima Lei? Yi Xian heard the two guards at the door address the young man. However, he didn't know what level of power the Sima clan was. So, he quickly went to find out more about the Sima family. The Sima family was considered a big power in Xinjiang City. The head of the family was a sixth-stage true energy disaster, second only to the city lord. The third young master, Sima Lei, had a high status in the family. He was arrogant and lascivious. He often used the Sima family's background to do whatever he wanted. From the age of 10 to the age of 40, as long as he set his eyes on someone, they couldn't escape from his evil clutches. Although the Sima family was strong, it was still an ant in front of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen's ex-wife, Bao Qin, must have been willing. Fourth stage true energy disaster? I can't do anything to you in the city. But if you dare to leave the city, I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he thought about it carefully. He didn't have to do it in the city. He just had to lure Sima Lei out. After hearing about the Sima family, Yi Xian left the city again to find Feng Wuchen. But he found that Feng Wuchen wasn't in the forest. He didn't know where he went. Damn, he abandoned me and ran away. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, he had already sent Luo Luo to the 10,000 Flower Valley. It didn't matter if Feng Wuchen left or not. Forget it, I'll do my own thing first. Yi Xian couldn't find Feng Wuchen, so he turned around and returned to the city. That was Sima Lei from the Sima family. He felt that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill him and disguise himself as a bandit. After returning to Xinjiang City, Yi Xian went straight to the auction house. Sir, how may I help you? A waiter came up to greet them. Yi Xian didn't say anything and handed him a piece of paper. It recorded what he needed. Oh, brilliant gold ore. Yes, yes, yes. After reading it, the attendant smiled. After all, brilliant gold ore wasn't cheap. This was a big deal for him. Brilliant gold ore wasn't rare in Xinjiang City, so there was no need to auction it. Yi Xian used a few martial arts techniques to exchange for a brilliant gold ore. Ding. Eye of Glory has been activated to 100%. When Yi Xian put the brilliant gold ore into his engulfment space, the system notification sounded. Now that the Eye of Glory had finally been fully activated, Yi Xian had another trump card. Eye of Glory summons the Golden War God? Yi Xian's heart surged as he looked at the additional skill that he had. This was another trump card. Golden War God sounded awesome. Furthermore, this skill came after the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. Naturally, it was stronger than the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. This Golden War God summon skill also had a cooldown time of 1 day. It was the same as the 10,000 swords returned to origin and the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword. With 3 cooldown skills, Yi Xian's confidence was off the charts. Humph, let me try this Golden War God. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't ask for anything else and left the auction house. This time, he left Xinjiang City and set up a location in a valley 1 hour away from Xinjiang City. Then, he returned to Xinjiang City. To be more precise, he had arrived outside the Sima residence in Xinjiang City. At this moment, he had already put on a cloak and a mask. He had even put on a pair of gloves. He was completely covered, and not a single inch of his skin was exposed. He stood on the roof and looked at the Sima family in front of him. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. Eye of Glory. In an instant, his hair and eyes turned golden. Scion Transformation. Golden War God Summon. Chapter 998. Relying on the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian allowed the golden armored war god to lock onto the aura of Sima Lei, who was in the Sima clan. Ding! Aura lock. Kill. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In the next moment, the golden armored battle god charged in with his great sword. Someone is attacking. The guards of the Sima family discovered the golden armored battle god, but that was it. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored battle god was already above the Sima family. Xiao. The golden armored battle god waved his great sword, and a golden sword ray fell from the sky. Sima Lei, who was still in his house, was startled. He looked up and saw the golden sword ray break through the roof. Rip! Bang! The golden sword ray hit the ground and instantly collapsed the house. At the same time, the golden armored battle god had already rushed in and picked up Sima Lei's body. How dare you trespass into my Sima family? You're courting death. With a shout, several experts of the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster came forward. This time, Yi Xian was already prepared to start a massacre, so he didn't restrict the movements of the golden armored war god. Kill. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His figure flashed as he personally moved. Xiao. 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 Golden sword rays swept out. The experts of the 4th grade of True Energy Disaster did not notice the sneak attack. In an instant, 2 figures fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Dragon catching hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately reached out and took the 2 interspatial rings. The golden armored battle god also threw Sima Lei's body over, but unexpectedly, Yi Xian cut him in half. With the 3 interspatial rings in hand, Yi Xian's cultivation rose sharply. How dare you! You're courting death. Another shout rang out in the air. An expert with a powerful aura swept over. 5th grade of True Energy Disaster. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This time, he took action because his perception covered the entire Sima family, but he did not find the aura of the 6th grade of True Energy Disaster. There were only 3 5th grade True Energy Disasters. That was why he directly killed his way in. 3 5th level True Energy Disasters, so what? Yi Xian did not care so much as he threw the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The heaven-quaking sword instantly split into over 100 swords and attacked the expert of the 5th stage of True Energy Disaster. Even though there was no guarantee that this move would be able to kill the other party, it should be able to stall for time. As long as he could stall them, Yi Xian and the golden armored war god would join forces. No one else would be a match for them. Kill. Yi Xian had already gone berserk. He would kill anyone who dared to step out. The commotion in the Sima family had attracted quite a number of onlookers. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Sima family, that person's guts were not small. In the sky above the Sima residence, countless sword chi flashed past. However, the most eye-catching was naturally Yi Xian's golden sword chi and the golden armored battle god. After all, it was already evening. With Yi Xian's strength, it was not a problem for him to fight against a 4th stage True Energy Disaster expert. The 5th stage True Energy Disaster expert who had stepped out earlier was also blocked by Wei Zhentian. At this moment, Yi Xian was joining forces with the golden armored battle god to fight against 4 4th stage True Energy Disaster experts. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. In this place, he did not dare to use the Snow Wind sword art. After all, it would be easily recognized. Even though these moves were simple, they were very difficult to deal with. Humph, taste the taste of betrayal. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly swept over and directly used the Eye of Control to control several 3rd stage True Energy Disaster experts of the Sima family. In the next moment, these experts of the Sima family attacked the 4th stage True Energy Disaster experts in the sky. Xiao. 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 One attack after another broke through the sky. The people of the Sima family definitely did not expect that their fellow clansmen would suddenly launch a sneak attack. This caught them unprepared. Pung! Pung! Two people were struck by these sneak attacks and were immediately heavily injured, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly attacked with his sword. Eye of Nirvana. Rip! Rip! With two crisp sounds, the two experts of the Sima family who were heavily injured by their fellow clansmen were directly killed by Yi Xian and dropped from the sky. Now, it was 2 against 2. At the same time, the experts of the Sima family who were controlled by Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took the 2 universe rings, then threw them together with their own rings to Yi Xian. Why? After seeing these people's actions, the other 2 turned pale with fright. Could it be that these people were Yi Xian's men? Impossible. The expression of one of them changed greatly because one of the people who attacked was his son. Bastard! Brat, I want you dead. 2 more roars rang out. Now, the other 2 fifth-stage true energy disaster experts of the Sima family had also rushed over. However, Yi Xian had already taken the universe rings. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 2nd grade true energy disaster. The system notified. Following this notification, the true energy in Yi Xian's body instantly soared, and his strength increased as well. With his sudden increase in strength, Yi Xian directly attacked the other 2 4th-stage true energy disaster experts of the Sima family. Under his and the golden-armored battle god's joint attack, the 2 died tragically in an instant. Bastard, I'll kill you. A 5th-stage true energy disaster white-haired elder shouted angrily because his son had died at the hands of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already broken through. Even if it was a 5th-stage true energy disaster, what was there to fear? As for the other person, he would leave it to the golden-armored battle god. Bang! 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 The rumbling sounds of the battle had probably spread throughout the entire Xinjiang city. Yi Xian estimated that experts would soon arrive. Therefore, he set a time limit for himself. 2 seconds. If he couldn't kill his opponent in 2 seconds, then he would directly break through the void and leave. At this moment, Yi Xian's opponent was the 5th-stage true energy disaster elder. His attack power was extremely strong, and if Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Nirvana or the Wind and Snow Sword technique, he wouldn't be able to block his attack. However, Yi Xian still had a skill that could weaken attacks. Eye of Dissection. 2 dissection rays shot at the elder's attack, and in the next moment, the elder's attack was weakened by 30%. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly. A silver slash pierced through the air, directly dispersing the opponent's sword aura and heading straight for the elder. However, this was also the last time Yi Xian would use the Eye of Nirvana. The remaining eye power was only enough to open the void door once. Bang! The elder quickly slashed with his sword and blocked the Eye of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, he saw a 2-meter-tall oval-shaped opening appear in front of Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian rushed in. Chapter 999. Swoosh! The void door closed, leaving behind a group of furious Sima family experts. Bastard! Find him! We must find him! At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared at his previous location. This time, he had made a small profit. Not only did he help Feng Wuchen get rid of his love rival, but he also broke through to the 2nd grade of true energy disaster. Most importantly, his identity had not been exposed. No one knew where he had come from, and no one knew how he had left. I don't have any flaws. Even if the Sima family investigates, they won't be able to find Snow Wind Villa. However, if Bao Qin knows that Sima Lei is dead, I wonder if she will talk too much. Yi Xian thought to himself. Today, Bao Qin and Sima Lei were caught by Feng Wuchen eating, and Sima Lei died tragically that night. However, in order to disguise himself, Yi Xian killed several experts of the 4th grade of true energy disaster in succession. Without any evidence, it was impossible for the Sima family to investigate Snow Wind Villa. This was because Yi Xian did not intend to tell Feng Wuchen what he had done today. Even if Feng Wuchen knew about Sima Lei's death, he would think that Sima Lei was guilty and be punished by the heavens. There were many martial arts techniques in the universe rings that he had obtained, so Yi Xian could copy them and use them to repair the dragon catcher hand. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 30%. Damn, it's only 30%. Yi Xian looked helpless. How long would it take to repair it? However, the harder it was to repair, the more powerful the dragon catcher hand would be. When the time came, it could become one of his killing moves. Now, he had avenged Feng Wuchen. As for Feng Wuchen's family matters, he could not interfere. Feng Wuchen probably would not accept that his woman was taken by someone else, and it was done willingly. Anyway, geniuses like Feng Wuchen and Feng Wuhan were almost as handsome as Yi Xian. There were many girls in Snow Wind Villa who had a crush on him. Alright, since Feng Wuchen left by himself, I will do my own thing. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. What he wanted to do the most now was to find a treasured land to level up. Because Luoluo had entered the 10,000 Flower Valley, her cultivation speed would probably be much faster than his. He couldn't fall behind. However, right at this moment. Ding! The ghoul imprint has been activated. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification made Yi Xian tremble. The ghost corpses were coming again. What the F***ck, my luck is really bad. I just flew here and I actually encountered a ghost corpse. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The ghost corpse artist had a lot of ghost corpses, and they were constantly searching for him, so it was normal for him to be found. So be it. However, Yi Xian was not in a good state at the moment. He had used both his return of 10,000 swords and his summon of the Golden War God. He only had the Overlord's limitless sword left. If a powerful ghostly zombie came, then he would have to run. Soon, a figure entered the range of his perception. He hurriedly sensed it. 5th layer True Energy Disaster. Although he had just fought with a 5th layer True Energy Disaster expert, this ghostly zombie's physique was not ordinary. It was definitely stronger than the old man he had just fought. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. Come. Even if I can't beat you, can't I run? Yi Xian took out his heaven-shaking sword. Wei Zhentian's realm was also at the 1st layer True Energy Disaster, so the amplification of Yi Xian's true energy was much higher than before. With his own strength, he might not necessarily lose to a 5th layer True Energy Disaster ghostly zombie. Whoosh! Finally, a figure entered Yi Xian's line of sight amidst the raging wind. After the iron-masked male, iron-masked female, and iron-masked old ghost corpses, there was actually an iron-masked little ghost corpse. At this moment, in front of Yi Xian was a little ghost corpse that was not more than 1.4 meters tall. This little ghost corpse was wearing an iron mask, so it was unknown whether it was male or female. Good boy. At such a young age, he actually reached the 5th layer True Energy Disaster. That ghost corpse Daoist is indeed quite capable. Yi Xian secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Whoosh! 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 After this iron-masked little ghost corpse saw Yi Xian, it immediately raised the wooden sword in its hand and launched an attack at Yi Xian. However, what made Yi Xian even more shocked was that this attack was immensely powerful. This iron-faced imp's attack was incomparably powerful. He had actually comprehended the perfect level of sword force. F***CKU. Perfect level of sword force? What's the point of fighting? Retreat. Yi Xian immediately turned around and ran. What a joke. Right now, his eye power had not recovered to the point where he could use the Eye of Glory. Without the Eye of Glory, he could not defeat this iron-masked little ghost corpse with his minute subtlety level sword force. Therefore, he could only run. Boom! 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 The iron-masked little ghost corpses' attacks landed on the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. At this time, Yi Xian had already fled 1,000 meters away. Immediately, the iron-masked little ghost corpse began to chase after Yi Xian. Under the Eye of Glory state, Yi Xian could use the Overlord's limitless sword and summon the Golden War God. However, without the Eye of Glory, he could not use these two skills. Therefore, he was stalling for time. After his eye power recovered, he would directly use the Eye of Glory and the Overlord's limitless sword to kill this iron-masked little ghost corpse. The fourth layer of the Divine Eyes chapter allowed Yi Xian's eye power to recover at least 2 times faster. However, the Eye of Glory required too much eye power, so it still needed some time. Bang! 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 The iron-masked little ghost corpse continued to chase after Yi Xian without showing any mercy. As long as there was a chance, it would definitely kill Yi Xian. However, on land, Yi Xian's running speed was as fast as a madman. He could also skillfully avoid the iron-masked little ghost corpse's attacks. After a long period of escaping, Yi Xian finally recovered enough eye power to use the Eye of Glory. However, just to be safe, he continued to run for a while. A while later. "Alright, little brat. You dare to chase after this grandpa at such a young age? You've got guts." Yi Xian angrily shouted. Eye of Glory. Beast King Rampage. Golden hair and golden eyes became Yi Xian's distinguishing features. Under the night sky, they were very conspicuous. Overlord's limitless sword. The moment Yi Xian transformed, he suddenly turned around and directly chopped down with his sword. Overlord's limitless sword. A golden greatsword ruthlessly smashed down. Although it did not hit the iron-masked little ghost corpse, there was still a powerful impact. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. The powerful impact directly shattered the iron-masked little ghost corpse's bones. Bang! The ground loudly exploded, and a large emperor character appeared. However, what made Yi Xian flabbergasted was that, Xiao! 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 The wind blew again. Chapter 1000. What? It didn't die. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In the next moment, he discovered that there was something different from him inside the body of the iron-faced ghost corpse. It was a small flame that was slowly growing. At the same time, the iron-faced ghost corpse's injuries were also slowly recovering. What is this? Yi Xian didn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. He hastily raised his hand and slashed out a few times. Pung! 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 The golden sword chi collided with the iron-faced ghost corpse's attack. However, the perfect sword force and the fifth layer of true energy disaster was not something that Yi Xian could block. Xiao! 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 Several sword chi flew towards Yi Xian. Helpless, Yi Xian could only dodge. Now, Yi Xian's 3 trump cards were all on cooldown. He was already at his wit's end. Eye of the Void, Eye of the Void. Yi Xian decided to escape. It wasn't because he was scared, but because the iron-faced ghost corpse was too troublesome. Of course, a large part of the reason was that he probably wouldn't get any benefits from killing the iron-faced ghost corpse. Then why would he waste so much effort on this iron-faced ghost corpse? Hua! The void door closed, and the iron-faced ghost corpse lost its target. This time, Yi Xian directly skipped a day's journey and arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley. What is that flame? It can actually heal the ghost corpse's injuries. The iron-faced ghost corpses I encountered before didn't seem to have such a thing. Yi Xian thought with a face of astonishment. Actually, what he didn't know was that the flame was called a ghost fetus. It was refined from ghost spirits and then planted in living corpses. This was where the corpse artist was powerful. The corpse artist walked both the path of refining corpses and controlling ghosts. Therefore, his ghost corpses were more powerful than others. After escaping from the pursuit, Yi Xian found a mountain outside the 10,000-flower valley to rest. After a few more hours, his 3 trump cards could be used again. Although the Tree of Life could recover his stamina, he still needed to sleep. Otherwise, the mental stress would be too great. Strictly speaking, he had not slept for more than a week. While he was near the 10,000-flower valley, he wanted to take a good rest. This time, he slept for a full day to recover his energy. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown again. Ding! Tyrannical Emperor's boundless swords cooldown has been restored. Ding! Summon Golden War God's cooldown has been restored. When he woke up, the system immediately notified him that he could go out again. Now that my strength has recovered, even if I meet that little ghost corpse, I can kill it. Don't let me see you again. Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the little ghost zombie that had comprehended perfect sword form. However, he would not take the initiative to look for it. It was purely a waste of time. Immediately, he tore open the void again and returned to a hidden resting place in Xingyang City. Xingyang City's Sima clan was massacred. The Sima clan's ancestor was furious and swore to find the culprit. However, this was already the night before yesterday. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not take the initiative to reveal his scion transformation, how would the other party know that he was the one who had killed the Sima clan that day? There are many ways to level up. You can kill monsters or kill people. However, I have one. I can exchange it for items, Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the auction house. Long before, he already had a plan. If he wanted to earn money, he could buy a mid-grade supreme spiritual treasure blueprint and forge it in batches. However, there was a limit to the amount of items required, so he felt that it would be simpler to make pills. Pills could be refined and consumed very quickly. As for the pill Yi Xian chose this time, it was the Sword Comprehension Pill. The Sword Comprehension Pill can quickly comprehend sword form and increase the proficiency of sword skills. It will definitely be very popular. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the auction house. Coincidentally, the attendant who received him was the same one from the day before. "Oh, it's you again, sir. Please come in." When the attendant, who was at 8th grade human body disaster, saw Yi Xian, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. Previously, Yi Xian had bought a brilliant gold ore, which allowed him to earn quite a bit. Now that Yi Xian was here again, he naturally treated Yi Xian as his own grandfather. Previously, because Yi Xian had something to do, he left in a hurry. Not long after, something happened to the Sima clan. However, he felt that this attendant would not suspect anything. After all, there were probably thousands of experts at first-grade true energy disaster in Xingyang City. "I'll have some high-grade pills," Yi Xian directly said. Following that, the attendant led Yi Xian into the private room and invited a supervisor of the auction house over. This supervisor was at 3rd grade true energy disaster, and his strength was not bad. "Sir, what kind of high-grade pills do you want?" the supervisor asked. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly exchanged for a sword comprehension pill. Of course, this sword comprehension pill was only a low-grade pill. This is a sword comprehension pill. It can increase one's comprehension ability and speed up one's comprehension of sword force and martial arts. Yi Xian explained. "What, there's such a pill?" The supervisor was astonished. "If you don't believe me, you can try 1 or 2 pills," Yi Xian said. The supervisor doubtfully tested the sword comprehension pill's properties and found that it was not poisonous. Therefore, he told the attendant beside him, "Try it." "Yes, supervisor." The attendant nodded. This was the largest auction house in Xinjiang City. Yi Xian would not poison him here. Therefore, he directly swallowed the pill and took out a long sword. Supervisor, I feel that I have a strange connection with my sword. It's as if the sword and I have become one. The attendant said with a face full of shock. Is it really that mysterious? The supervisor was somewhat skeptical. You can try it. Yi Xian took out another sword comprehension pill. This time, the supervisor swallowed it himself. Indeed, it was as if he had formed a strange connection with the long sword in his hand. What a mysterious pill. This state can indeed speed up one's comprehension, the supervisor said in shock. Little brother, how many of these pills do you have? This sword comprehension pill was only a low-grade pill. It was good for comprehending minute sword force, but if one wanted to comprehend perfect sword force, one would need a mid-grade sword comprehension pill. Yi Xian could not afford a mid-grade sword comprehension pill, so he did not buy one. However, the demand for this low-grade sword comprehension pill was definitely high. After all, there were at least 10,000 mortal body disaster martial artists in Xinjiang City who had not comprehended sword force. I obtained this sword comprehension pill by chance. There are more than 5,000 pills. Do you want all of them? Yi Xian asked. 5,000 pills was the total amount he could exchange for after using up all the super engulfing crystals. 5,000 pills? The supervisor was shocked and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, I want all of them. Then the price. Chapter 1001. 1 sword comprehension pill and 10 low-grade crossing disaster pills. How does that sound? The auctioneer immediately asked. The crossing disaster pill was the currency used in the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Realm. It was similar to the Supreme Pill. The blood rock that Yi Xian used before was only used in the blood rock sect. 5,000 sword comprehension pills, which is equivalent to 50,000 low-grade crossing disaster pills. I don't need the crossing disaster pills. Just exchange them for ores. Do you have them? Yi Xian asked. Yes, yes, yes. Blood rock, black sandstorm. We have them all. The auctioneer nodded. All right, I'll wait for you here. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. These 5,000 sword comprehension pills were his entire wealth. However, after swallowing these things, his wealth would at least increase by several folds, and he could at least break through to the 3rd grade true energy disaster. Then, the auctioneer directly left. Not long after, he returned with a large amount of ores. This is the VIP token of our shop. With this token, you can get a 20% discount. These ores are for you after the discount. The manager of the auction house courteously handed over a token and an interspatial ring containing ores to Zhang Tai. Yi Xian probed for a bit. The number was indeed a bit more than he'd expected. Alright, here are 5,000 sword comprehension pills. He did not waste time and directly took out an interspatial ring containing 5,000 sword comprehension pills. Thank you, sir. The auctioneer took the interspatial ring and looked at it. He continued, if you have more sword comprehension pills in the future, you can come to me at any time. The price is fair. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately left. He had to find a place to swallow the ores. As long as he swallowed all of them, he could break through. At that time, the Super Devour crystal would definitely increase by several folds. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd grade true energy disaster. After finding a hidden place, Yi Xian swallowed the ores and successfully broke through to the 3rd grade true energy disaster. Little Tian, the rest is all yours. Yi Xian very generously poured out all the ores. Wei Zhentian swallowed them all in less than 10 seconds. After Wei Zhentian became an Earth sovereign, his speed of swallowing the ores was shockingly fast. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 notifications sounded consecutively. Yi Xian needed a lot of things to level up, but Wei Zhentian didn't need them. Moreover, Wei Zhentian had the Beast God's Bloodlines growth bonus. Hence, leveling up was like sitting on a rocket. The number of super engulfing crystals is 4 times more than before. If I continue to exchange them endlessly, I can use them to break through to the 4th stage of true energy disaster, Yi Xian thought to himself. The unlimited exchange was the sword comprehension pill. Then, he would exchange for natural treasures, devour them, and continue to exchange for sword comprehension pills. However, there was a limit to the demand of the auction house. They could not accept so many sword comprehension pills. Just as Yi Xian was preparing to go back and refine the sword comprehension pill, a series of loud noises suddenly rang out in the sky. Rumble. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, what's going on? This sound was not as soft as when he had killed his way into the Sima family. It seemed like someone was fighting. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian decided to go over and take a look. The people on the street also did the same and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Yi Xian rushed over, he discovered that the sound was coming from the Sima family. The Sima family has done so many heinous things, and they finally received retribution. 2 days ago, a mysterious expert killed his way into the family, and many experts died. Today, an Iron Mask expert killed his way in, and even the entire family was killed. It's too scary. The intensity of that battle is the most intense I've ever seen in my life. The Sima family's ancestor has already killed his way out and is fighting with that Iron Mask expert. This Iron Mask expert is at the 5th stage of true energy disaster, 1 stage lower than the Sima family's ancestor. However, this Iron Mask expert actually comprehended a perfect sword form. It's simply inconceivable. The surrounding onlookers were discussing. These words entered Yi Xian's ears without missing a single word. Iron Mask expert, 5th stage of true energy disaster, perfect sword form. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the past few days, he had been very sensitive to iron masks, because the ghost corpses sent by the corpse man all wore iron masks. However, shouldn't the corpse man be hunting him down? Why did he kill his way into the Sima family? Yi Xian couldn't understand, but he had a guess in his heart. Could this Iron Mask expert be the missing Feng Wuchen from 2 days ago? Feng Wuchen was at the 4th stage of true energy disaster, and after being hurt by love, he suddenly broke through to the 5th stage of true energy disaster. Moreover, he just so happened to comprehend a perfect sword form, and had killed that Iron Mask female ghost corpse. Most importantly, he had a grudge against the Sima family. Thinking about it this way, it was a bit of a coincidence. Whether or not it was him, Yi Xian had to go take a look. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds continued to ring out. Yi Xian quickened his pace and quickly arrived at the Sima family. At this moment, 2 figures were fighting in the air above the Sima family's mansion. Of these 2 figures, one was a white-haired old man, while the other was a long-haired man wearing an iron mask. Long hair, iron mask, and snow wind sword technique? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, both of them were within his detection range. He quickly sensed and found that the long-haired man wearing an iron mask was Feng Wuchen. It really is Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian was sure, but he felt that something was wrong. He quickly used the insightful eye to take a look. In the next moment, he was shocked. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's body actually had the same flame as that of the Iron Mask ghost corpse. Moreover, it was 1 size bigger than that of the Iron Mask ghost corpse. What, Feng Wuchen is a ghost corpse now? Yi Xian was shocked. Ghost corpse Feng Wuchen, how was this possible? One had to know that he was still with Feng Wuchen at noon 2 days ago. In the afternoon, Feng Wuchen disappeared without a trace after spoiling Sima Lei and Bao Qin's good deed. Could it be that Feng Wuchen was captured by the corpse man's ghost corpse and refined into a ghost corpse? However, ghost corpses seem to be things without consciousness. Why would Feng Wuchen kill his way into the Sima family? No, the ghost corpse mark in my body hasn't been triggered yet. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of an extremely important point. The range of the corpse ghost imprint was even wider than his perception range. Usually, he would first activate the corpse ghost imprint before sensing the iron-faced ghost corpse. But now, he had already seen Feng Wuchen, but the mark hadn't been triggered. This meant that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse. No, it didn't completely mean that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse. It should be said that Feng Wuchen wasn't a ghost corpse yet. What's going on? Yi Xian's mind was a mess. He couldn't understand the situation. Since it was like this, he didn't want to think about it anymore. He would observe the situation first. Chapter 1002. Bastard, who the hell are you? Are you in cahoots with the people who attacked the Sima family 2 days ago? The ancestor of the Sima family shouted angrily. The Sima family deserves to die. Feng Wuchen yelled under his iron mask and continued to attack the old ancestor of the Sima family. He could talk. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He then recalled that Yangzhen seemed to be a defective product, but she could speak. This meant that Feng Wuchen might be similar to Yangzhen, either a defective product or an unrefined ghost corpse. Since he could talk, it meant that Feng Wuchen was like Yangzhen and still had his consciousness from when he was alive. But just as Yi Xian was shocked, the situation in the air changed. Feng Wuchen's full-powered attack sent the ancestor of the Sima family, who was at the 6th grade of true energy disaster, flying. A severed arm flew into the air, and blood spurted out into the air, landing in everyone's eyes. So strong, as expected of the perfect sword form. Yi Xian swallowed. If he had to fight Feng Wuchen now, he wouldn't be able to win without using 3 big moves. Feng Wuchen was also at the 5th grade of true energy disaster like the little ghost corpse that chased after Yi Xian 2 days ago. They both comprehended the perfect sword form, but Feng Wuchen was much stronger than the little ghost corpse. Die! Feng Wuchen roared in the air and swung his sword. The next moment, the Sima family ancestor's head was cut off, and his corpse fell from the sky. Now, Feng Wuchen had achieved his goal. Yi Xian hurriedly went to the side and changed into a new set of clothes. He flew into the air and said, "Old Feng, what's wrong with you?" When Feng Wuchen heard this, he turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian changed his clothes and didn't show his face, Feng Wuchen recognized his voice. "You killed him?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Yi Xian knew who Feng Wuchen was referring to. It was Sima Lei, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I killed him 2 days ago." "Thank you," Feng Wuchen said before he turned around and left. "Hey, old Feng, don't go." Yi Xian hurriedly chased after him. However, at this moment, "How dare you kill people in my Xinjiang city? Leave your lives behind." A loud shout came from the horizon. A tall and sturdy man was rushing over in a threatening manner. Needless to say, this tall and sturdy man was the city lord of Xinjiang City, an expert at the 7th level of true energy disaster. Kill! Feng Wuchen, who was about to leave, didn't show any intention of retreating when he saw the newcomer. He only coldly said one sentence and attacked. "Alright, let's work together." Yi Xian didn't speak nonsense and directly took out the heaven-shocking sword. The next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Eye of Glory. Summon the war god of metal. A burst of true chi gushed out from his body, condensing into a powerful golden armored war god. This scene fell into the eyes of the people below. Damn, it's that mysterious expert who killed his way into the Sima family. These two people are indeed together. F*CK, a perfect sword force and a third-level true energy disaster. Are they going to join hands to fight against the city lord? Quickly retreat, a battle of this level isn't a joke. The onlookers quickly retreated a large distance away. At this moment, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen were already fighting with the city lord of Xinjiang City. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yi Xian directly threw out his second trump card. The city lord of Xinjiang City was at the 7th level of true energy disaster, 4 levels higher than him. If he didn't show his true strength, it would be a waste if he died. At the same time, Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, also fiercely slashed out with his sword. Ferocious ghost twist and break. In an instant, a fierce wind whistled. The color of Feng Wuchen's sword was incomparably black, which shocked Yi Xian. In the next moment, he saw the sword aura suddenly split into hundreds of black shadows. These hundreds of black shadows began to expand, and in the end, they actually turned into ghost faces and pounced on the city lord of Xinjiang City. Woo! These hundreds of ghost faces continuously let out frightening cries, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily shiver. What kind of F***king move was this? However, in their hearts, they all understood that this long-haired, iron-masked man was definitely from the heterodox Dao. He actually cultivated such a martial art. But in the next moment, this group of onlookers was shocked. These hundreds of ghost faces had already surrounded the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster. Immediately after, the city lord of Xinjiang City cried out in pain. Yi Xian focused his eyes. Using the eye of revelation, he could see through the ghost faces that the city lord of Xinjiang City was already covered in wounds from the claws of these ghost faces. Even the aorta on his neck had been cut open, and he didn't have any ability to break free from the ghost faces. In the blink of an eye, the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster, was clawed to death by the hundreds of ghost faces. And Yi Xian's innumerable swords returned to origin and summon of the Golden War God were actually wasted. What kind of F***king move is this? He instantly killed the city lord of Xinjiang City, who was at the 7th level of true energy disaster. It's only been a day, and Feng Wuchen's strength has increased by more than 10 times? Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was already shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Originally, he thought that even if he joined forces with Feng Wuchen, it would still be difficult to deal with the city lord of Xinjiang City. He didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would actually kill the city lord of Xinjiang City in one move. In fact, even Feng Wuchen himself didn't expect the power of this move to be so great. However, he had comprehended the perfect level sword force, so it actually made sense. Awesome, the universe ring of a 7th level true energy disaster expert. Yi Xian looked at the corpse falling from the sky and felt a little uneasy. Only then did he remember that he still hadn't collected the corpses of the Sima family's ancestor and the 3 5th level true energy disasters. However, these were all Feng Wuchen's spoils of war, so he didn't take them. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't let these go. He quickly rushed over and prepared to take the universe ring. But at that moment, evil demon, how dare you cause trouble in my 10,000 Flower Valleys territory? Hand over your life. A roar rang out in everyone's ears, followed by the arrival of a powerful aura. This aura was so strong that it made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. Even Feng Wuchen's body trembled violently. 9th level true energy disaster. This was a woman in a pink dress. Once she appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth primordial chi gathered. The fragrance emitted from her body was captivating. The people below couldn't help but want to take a few more breaths. Before Feng Wuchen could take the universe ring of the city lord of Xinjiang City, he was struck by a sword ray and was instantly sent flying. Not good, it's too strong. Retreat. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed to Feng Wuchen's side and directly broke open a void door, bringing Feng Wuchen through it. You want to leave? 100 flowers contend. Bang! Chapter 1003. This woman came from the 10,000 Flower Valley and was a top expert there. She coincidentally came to Xinjiang City and saw Feng Wuchen killing the Sima family's experts and the city lord. Xinjiang City was in the 10,000 Flower Valley's territory. Many disciples from the valley would come here, so this female expert couldn't stand it anymore and took action. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the eyes of the void to escape. Otherwise, he and Feng Wuchen would have died there. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. I actually encountered a 9th grade true energy disaster expert. If I had stayed a second longer, I would have been killed instantly. Yi Xian brought the heavily injured Feng Wuchen and landed an hour away from Xinjiang City. Feng Wuchen also let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Now that the danger was over, that woman didn't know where they had escaped to, so they didn't need to run. "Wuchen, what happened to you?" "2 days ago, an iron-faced ghost corpse chased after me. It had the same flame as you." "What is it?" Yi Xian asked in shock. "Ghost fetus." Feng Wuchen didn't hide and said directly, "A ghost fetus was planted in my body." "Ghost fetus?" Hearing this name, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. This name sounded a little scary. "After I left that day, I encountered a ghost corpse. This ghost corpse's strength was at the 7th grade true energy disaster. I wasn't his match, so he captured me and took me away." Feng Wuchen began to recall what happened that day and told Yi Xian what happened that day. Hearing that Feng Wuchen was captured, Yi Xian's face darkened again. He asked, "And then?" "This ghost corpse takes orders from the ghost corpse artist. The ghost corpse took me away and forcibly planted a ghost fetus in my body. He wanted to refine me into a ghost corpse, but my will kept resisting, so the ghost fetus couldn't be nurtured." Feng Wuchen paused for a moment before continuing, "Then, the ghost corpse artist said that I could perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus. As long as I was willing to fuse with it, he would give up on killing you." "Give up on killing you?" Hearing this, Yi Xian did not know what to say. "I agree, but I have one condition," Feng Wuchen said. "Revenge. Now that I've taken my revenge, I'll become a ghost corpse under the ghost man's control in a few days. I'll listen to his orders." "What is this ghost fetus?" "The ghost corpses we encountered before didn't have this ghost fetus," Yi Xian asked in astonishment. "A ghost fetus is refined from a ghost spirit. The ghost corpses we encountered before were all very low level. After they were implanted with the ghost fetus, they were unable to withstand the power of the ghost fetus, so the ghost fetus's power was distributed to various parts of their body to strengthen their physique." Feng Wuchen explained, "As for me, I can perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus. As long as I can perfectly fuse with it, the ghost fetus won't be destroyed. It can continuously strengthen my body." "It won't be used up?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Yes. That's why I have to go to the land of the dead. The corpse man will keep giving me ghost fetuses and strengthening me." Feng Wuchen nodded. Now, Yi Xian finally understood. The ghost corpses he encountered before were actually transformed from ghost fetuses. Once a ghost fetus was implanted, unless one could perfectly fuse with it, they could only use the ghost fetus to strengthen their physique. However, a perfectly fused ghost fetus could be continuously strengthened by the ghost fetus, which would then be fed back to their physique. "Are you really going to do this?" Yi Xian sighed. "The ghost man knows my origin. If I resist, the Wind Snow Villa will be destroyed. Anyway, I've already taken my revenge. I have no regrets." Feng Wuchen shook his head and stood up. He had been injured by the 9th grade true chi disaster expert of the 10,000 Flower Valley. After the ghost fetus's treatment, his injuries had recovered by more than half. Although it couldn't compare to the bloodline of the divine tree of life, it was still very powerful. "The ghost man is an evil demon. He might not keep his word," Yi Xian continued to remind him. Now that Feng Wuchen still had his consciousness left, as long as he resisted, the ghost fetus wouldn't be able to fuse with him. He might be able to expel it. However, once he voluntarily fused with the ghost fetus, he would become a ghost corpse, which was a living corpse without consciousness. If I resist, the Wind Snow Villa will be destroyed immediately. I can only survive if I agree, Feng Wuchen emphasized again. The corpse Daoist possessed a ghost corpse at the 8th grade of true energy disaster, so his strength had most likely reached the spirit disaster realm. After all, he was in the land of the dead, a place that was even more chaotic than the Blood Cliff Continent's ghost tomb region. Then do you know where the ghost man came from? Yi Xian asked again. I don't know. When the time comes, a ghost corpse will take me to him. Feng Wuchen shook his head. From now on, I'll leave the Wind Snow Villa to you. If they ask about me, just tell them that I've gone traveling. This, Yi Xian didn't know how to answer because Feng Wuchen seemed to be saying his last words. However, it made sense. Once he fused with the ghost fetus, his consciousness would be erased. Although he would still have signs of life, he would be just a walking corpse. I should leave now. Farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at Yi Xian and immediately turned to leave. What he said today was probably more than what he had said before. However, after he left this time, he might not have the ability to speak again. Yi Xian looked at his back, feeling very upset in his heart. Strength. Strength again. The ghost man's methods were superb, and his strength wasn't that simple. If Feng Wuchen didn't obey, the Wind Snow Villa would be doomed. This was much more dangerous than provoking the Sima family. Feng Wuchen wasn't like Yi Xian. He had a lot of concerns, so he could only choose to submit to the ghost man. However, this wasn't what Yi Xian was worried about. The ghost man practiced the devil path, not the righteous path. People of the devil path were temperamental and didn't mean what they said. If Feng Wuchen fused with the ghost fetus perfectly and became a ghost corpse without consciousness, even if the ghost man ordered to kill everyone in the Wind Snow Villa, Feng Wuchen wouldn't know. This was what Yi Xian was worried about. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to help Feng Wuchen, but he didn't know how. However, if there was a chance, Yi Xian would definitely kill the ghost man and throw his body into the wild to feed the beasts. Breakthrough. I must break through as soon as possible. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This incident made him feel a sense of helplessness. He and Feng Wuchen had only met 4 times, but Feng Wuchen had never met him before. The first time was when he took Feng Wuchen from the Shui family to the Wind Snow Villa. The second time was when the Raging Fire Villa attacked the villa. The third time was when he sent Luo Luo to the Thousand Flower Valley. The fourth time was now. Chapter 1004. Yi Xian might not even be able to defeat a 7th grade True Energy Disaster City Lord, let alone the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse that Feng Wuchen mentioned. Xinjiang City must be in chaos now. The 9th grade True Energy Disaster expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley should have already noticed me. If I'm not careful and get discovered, I'll be dead. Yi Xian thought for a while and felt that he shouldn't wander around the 10,000 Flower Valley anymore. He should find another place. Feng Wuchen had already left. He had promised the corpse man that he would voluntarily fuse with the ghost fetus after taking his revenge. Now that he had left, it wouldn't be long before he started fusing with the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse. Then, he would follow the 8th grade True Energy Disaster Ghost Corpse to the land of the dead. Just in case, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to take a look. Fortunately, nothing happened to the Snow Wind Villa. The Snow Wind Villa and the 10,000 Flower Valley were the 2 locations that Yi Xian kept in the void. As for the next location, he already had a target. The land of the dead. The land of the dead was much more chaotic than the Blood Rock continent. Although Yi Xian's current realm wasn't high, he had many tricks up his sleeve. He was able to escape from a 9th grade True Energy Disaster expert. As long as he didn't encounter a spirit disaster expert, it shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, he decided to go to the land of the dead to raise his realm there and investigate the corpse man. If possible, he wanted to save Feng Wuchen. Immediately, he took out a map and rushed towards the land of the dead. A third-grade true energy disaster expert would be scared half to death when they heard about the land of the dead. However, Yi Xian actually dared to go in. He was quite bold. I wonder when I'll get another random mission that rewards Devour points. If that's the case, I'll have 3 Devour points. At that time, I can choose to upgrade Luo Luo or Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried along. He didn't use the 2 Devour points and had been saving them all this time. This was because Devour points had many uses after leveling up. They could be exchanged or used to upgrade items. Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian's upgrade required 3 Devour points, so Yi Xian had been saving them all this time. After Luo Luo's advancement, it seemed that the beast god's bloodline had mutated and her strength had increased greatly. Now that Wei Zhentian had been refined into a transcendent artifact, it would live and die with Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian was alive, it would not die. If it evolved again, not to mention the amplification effect on Yi Xian, it might even give Yi Xian another powerful skill. This could greatly increase Yi Xian's strength. Since the land of the dead was quite a distance away, it would take at least 7 days for Yi Xian to get there at full speed. Thus, he simply let his doppelganger travel while his main body did some other things, such as alchemical pills and so on. Yi Xian spent more than a day to rush to another city. This city was called Songlang City, and the city lord was even stronger than the city lord of Xingyang City. He was an 8th level true energy disaster. At this moment, Yi Xian saw that Songlang City, whose city gate was a giant wolf's head. However, right at this moment. Ding! The ghoul corpse imprint has been triggered. Suddenly, a notification sounded out, scaring Yi Xian. Why was the ghoul corpse imprint triggered again? Yi Xian was stunned. Didn't they say that as long as Feng Wuchen compromised and willingly merged with the ghost fetus, the corpse ghost man would give up on hunting him down? Damn the corpse ghost man, I really can't believe his words. Damn it, he's hunting me down again. Yi Xian shouted angrily. While gnashing his teeth, he had already cursed the corpse ghost man's entire family. He was not afraid of himself, but he was afraid that something would happen to the Wind Snow Villa. Now, his doppelganger was rushing to the land of the dead, but fortunately, his doppelganger had already located the location and then broke through the void to arrive beside his main body. Merge! Yi Xian's main body and doppelganger instantly merged into one, and his strength soared by 30%. At the same time, a figure also stepped into his sensing range. This aura. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The aura he felt now was very familiar to him. He had encountered it before, which was the iron-faced ghost corpse. When he turned his head, he saw the iron-faced ghost corpse charging towards him. Chapter 1005. Yi Xian held the heaven-shaking sword and was ready to kill the iron-faced ghost zombie. However, at that moment, ding! Control successful. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Did I succeed? Yi Xian was stunned. He had actually succeeded in controlling the iron-faced ghost zombie. This was a little monster who had comprehended the perfect sword force of a 6th-grade true energy disaster. Immediately, he sent the order to the iron-faced ghost zombie in his mind. The iron-faced ghost zombie stopped what it was doing and took off the iron mask on its face. The iron-faced ghost zombie chasing Yi Xian was a teenager. Under the iron mask was a handsome face. When it grew up, it would definitely be as handsome as Yi Xian. However, the iron-faced ghost zombie's eyes were lifeless. When it arrived in front of Yi Xian, it respectfully knelt down on one knee. Greetings. Master, the iron-faced ghost zombie slowly opened its mouth, its voice somewhat hoarse. However, at that moment, bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. A white gas suddenly rushed out of the iron-faced ghost zombie's body and condensed into a white skull on top of its head. TSK, TSK, TSK. You actually controlled my ghost zombie. I have to say, you're quite capable. The white skull opened its mouth and spoke. Corpse man, didn't you say you wouldn't chase me anymore? Yi Xian asked with a frown. TSK, TSK. That snow wind villa is a force. If I destroy it, it will cause a lot of trouble. But you're alone, so I can kill you whenever I want to, the white skull said in a mocking tone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in relief. Although he didn't know what the corpse man meant by trouble, he was relieved. Then, Wuchen has become a ghost zombie? Yi Xian asked. It had been almost 2 days since Feng Wuchen left. He guessed that Feng Wuchen should be, that's right. He's coming to the land of the dead. When the time comes, I'll cultivate him into the #1 ghost zombie. As for you, I won't give up chasing you. I'll refine you into a ghost zombie and make you listen to my orders. The white skull suddenly laughed. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of true energy disaster, yet he was able to control an iron-faced ghost corpse that was at the 6th level of true energy disaster. This was also beyond the corpse Daoist's expectations. Such a genius might be able to perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus like Feng Wuchen. Therefore, the corpse man didn't want to miss this opportunity. Humph, then why don't you tell me where you are? I'll pay you a visit. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he shouted coldly. TSK, TSK, I won't tell anyone where I am, unless you've already become a ghost corpse. The white skeleton replied. But I've already taken control of him. Yi Xian's gaze landed on the iron-faced zombie boy. So what? Without my guidance, don't even think about finding me. However, I'll give you a chance. Come to the land of the dead. Before White Skull could finish, Yi Xian interrupted, do you think I'm stupid? TSK, 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 it doesn't matter. I have countless ghost corpses anyway. Just run, I'll catch you. After the White Skull finished speaking, it disappeared with a bang. Damn you. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He knew that the corpse man wanted to provoke him into going to the land of the dead. At that time, more powerful ghost corpses would come to capture him. At the same time, he could guess from the corpse man's words that the corpse man did indeed have many ghost corpses. However, the ghost corpses here shouldn't be very strong. At most, they were at the 9th level of true energy disaster. The corpse man seemed to be afraid of something, so he didn't dare to make a big move. Now, Yi Xian had to make a new plan. I can't go to the land of the dead for now, unless I make a few more breakthroughs, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was at the 3rd level of true energy disaster now. If he wanted to go to the land of the dead, he had to at least break through to the 6th level of true energy disaster. Only then would he be qualified to challenge the corpse man. Whatever, I'll think about it after I enter the city. After Yi Xian finished thinking, his gaze landed on the handsome young man again. What's your name? Yuan. Wuxin. The young man answered slowly. For some reason, his voice was very hoarse and he stuttered a little. Perhaps it was because his will had been erased. Apart from your name, do you remember what happened before? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No. I don't. The young man shook his head. Sure enough, after fusing with the ghost fetus, the young man only remembered his name. The ghost fetus in Yuan Wuxin's body is smaller than Feng Wuchen's. It seems that the fusion wasn't perfect. However, it wasn't to the extent that he used all of it to strengthen his body. It should only be half perfect. Yi Xian guessed. Thinking of this, he felt that it was a pity because Feng Wuchen had already become a ghost corpse and become the corpse man's hired thug. Speaking of which, since he had already taken in this little ghost corpse, Yi Xian didn't hold back. He directly rushed over and took the little ghost corpse's interspatial ring. Fierce ghost tears. Yi Xian suddenly discovered something that made his eyes light up. This was an upper-grade transcendent supreme martial art, and its quality wasn't low. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hold back. He directly spent some transcendent supreme crystals and learned this martial art. Fierce ghost tears. Each use requires a ghost fetus. The ghost fetus must be sealed in a supreme spiritual treasure before it can be used. Yi Xian glanced at the description and realized that this was the move that Feng Wuchen had used to kill the Xingyang city lord. So it's that move. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned and asked, "Why didn't you use it when you were chasing me that day? Did you not master it?" Yuan Wuxin nodded. He indeed didn't master this move. Yi Xian shivered when he saw Yuan Wuxin nod his head. If Yuan Wuxin had used this move on that day, he'd probably have been bitten by those 100 ghosts. Terrifying. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and continued to check the interspatial ring. There were more than 10 black fire seeds in this interspatial ring. These black fire seeds varied in size. It seemed that they were the ghost fetus mentioned. 15. It seems that I can use fierce ghost tears 15 times. But what if I run out of ghost fetus? Yi Xian thought of a problem. But then, he found another thing in this interspatial ring. Basic Ghost Dao. This basic Ghost Dao wasn't a martial art. It was just a description of the Ghost Dao. However, it contained the method to refine ghost fetus. To refine a ghost fetus, one must first kill a person, then set up a ghost transformation formation. Gather the resentment of the dead person and condense it into a ghost spirit. Then, capture the ghost spirit and refine it into a ghost fetus. Chapter 1006. This method is too cruel. Not letting go of a dead person. This is even more cruel than whipping a corpse. I'd better use it sparingly. Yi Xian shook his head. Although he had killed countless people, he would not do such a thing. After all, this would prevent people from being reincarnated. As for the remaining items in Yuan Wuxin's Qian Kun ring, there was nothing that Yi Xian was interested in. They were all materials for setting up the ghost materialization array and refining the ghost fetus. However, just in case, Yi Xian still kept them. Repair the dragon catcher hand. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 50%. The system notified. The ferocious ghost twisting tear was an upper-grade transcendent supreme martial art. It was comparable to many middle-grade martial arts, so it was repaired in one go. Now, Yi Xian could confirm that the dragon catcher hand was a divine ability. I didn't expect the Blood Rock sect leader to obtain the incomplete manual of a divine ability. He is really lucky. Yi Xian sighed. Then, he would seal the ghost fetus into the Sky Shocker sword according to the basic Ghost Dao method. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Wei Zhentian suddenly broke free from his hand and turned into a small green bird that shook its head desperately. Why? Are you not willing? Asked Yi Xian. The ferocious ghost twisting tear required the ghost fetus to be sealed into the weapon before it could be used. As a sentient treasure, Wei Zhentian naturally did not want to have anything to do with it. Alright, then I'll exchange for another weapon. Yi Xian did not insist. He searched for a while and finally locked onto an upper-grade transcendent supreme spiritual treasure called the White Bone Sword. However, this White Bone Sword was a little expensive. Although it was a little expensive, Yi Xian respected Wei Zhentian's wishes, so he still exchanged for the White Bone Sword. His super devouring crystal immediately dropped. The White Bone Sword was made of a bone. The blade was sharp, and there were 2 gray skulls on the hilt. It looked a little ferocious. However, it did not state what kind of bone it was made of. The reason why Yi Xian had exchanged for the White Bone Sword was because it did not look like it was made of human bones. The second reason was that the white bone sword had a damage boost to demonic Dao martial arts. It could increase the power of the ferocious ghost-twisting tier. Not bad, I'll use it as a secondary weapon. In the future, when Megatron uses the return of 10,000 swords, he can use this white bone sword to fight. Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Usually, once he used the million ancestral swords, he would have to take out another supreme spiritual treasure to fight. But now that he had the white bone sword, an upper-grade supreme spiritual treasure, he did not have to do that. In the future, if he could find an artifact spirit, he could forge it into a magic treasure. At that time, there would be a powerful skill like 10,000 swords in one. By now, Yi Xian had finished dealing with the spoils of war. Just follow me. Don't run around after we go in, Yi Xian said to Yuan Wuxin. The delicate-looking youth, Yuan Wuxin, nodded silently and followed behind Yi Xian. Yuan Wuxin was actually not dead. Even after consuming the specially refined ghost fetus, he still looked like a human. So, it was not a big deal for him to follow Yi Xian into the city. Soon, the two of them entered Songlang's city. Then, Yi Xian went straight to the auction house. Now, his super devouring crystal could still be exchanged for 5,000 sword comprehension pills. So, he wanted to use these 5,000 sword comprehension pills to start from scratch. Welcome, guests. What would you like to order? Before the two of them entered the auction house, a waiter came up to them. Some high-grade elixirs. Yi Xian replied. All right, please follow me. The waiter's eyes lit up. He led Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin in. However, he felt a little strange. Yi Xian, who was walking in front, did not have a stronger aura than Yuan Wuxin, who was walking behind him. Why was that? However, he knew that he could not be a busybody. So, after leading Yi Xian to the private room, he went to find a supervisor of the auction house. When the director of the auction saw Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin, he was stunned for a moment. He could not see through Yuan Wuxin even though he was at the 4th grade true energy disaster. This meant that Yuan Wuxin was at least at the 5th grade true energy disaster or 6th grade true energy disaster. His aptitude could be ranked among the top in the entire Songlang city. Soon, Yi Xian handed over the sword comprehension pills. The price in Songlang city was higher than in Xingyang city. One sword comprehension pill could be exchanged for 15 low-grade crossing difficulty pills. 5,000 sword comprehension pills would be 7,500, which was half the price in Xingyang city. Of course, Yi Xian asked for all the heaven and earth treasures. I still have about 15,000 pills. Do you need them? Yi Xian asked. Yes, yes. The supervisor of the auction house hurriedly nodded. All right, I'll go get them. Yi Xian nodded and immediately left the auction house with Yuan Wuxin. Then, he found a remote place and swallowed all the heaven and earth treasures, exchanging them for another 15,000 sword comprehension pills. He found the supervisor of the auction house again and exchanged for 3 times the amount of heaven and earth treasures. I'll take some from this auction house and go to other auction houses. That was what Yi Xian planned in his heart. After a few more rounds, he would be able to break through to the 4th grade true energy disaster. However, just as he was leaving the auction house, a young man happened to walk in. This young man was dressed in brocade and held a large folding fan in his hand. There were 2 attendants following behind him. His strength was at the 5th grade true energy disaster. The 2 attendants behind him were actually at the 6th grade true energy disaster. After he entered, he looked around. However, when his gaze swept past Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin, his body trembled violently. It's you? The young man subconsciously exclaimed. Yi Xian, who was walking out, stopped in his tracks and froze for a moment. This young man was looking in his direction. Could it be that he knew him? However, he understood in the next moment. This young man didn't know him. He knew Yuan Wuxin behind him. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Get lost!" the young man shouted angrily. He quickly walked in front of Yuan Wuxin and said, "Good boy. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, you killed 2 of my subordinates, and now you've run into me. Don't even think about escaping today." When Yi Xian heard this, he turned to look at Yuan Wuxin. This Yuan Wuxin had been controlled by the corpse man to chase after him. Perhaps he had offended someone along the way, so Yi Xian decided to kill him. And now, he just happened to run into him. However, Yuan Wuxin was now one of Yi Xian's people. As the host, Yi Xian couldn't just sit by and watch. Of course, the most important point was that this young man had actually told Yi Xian to get lost. That was really courting death. What? You don't dare admit to killing people? The young man glared at Yuan Wuxin. The former was still a little frightened when he recalled what had happened that day. That day, Yuan Wuxin had been wandering around outside and had been targeted by this young man. However, he hadn't expected Yuan Wuxin to be so strong. 4 of the young man's subordinates had been killed, and he had almost lost his life. Later, Yuan Wuxin happened to sense the corpse man's imprint, so he immediately gave chase. That was how the young man escaped. Chapter 1007. Although Yuan Wuxin was wearing an iron mask that day and his face couldn't be seen, and his true appearance was revealed today, the young man still recognized him at a glance. Yi Xian was unaware of this. He looked at the young man and said indifferently, "If you don't want to fight, then get lost." "What did you say?" The young man suddenly turned his head and glared at Yi Xian. He was almost killed by Yuan Wuxin that day because it was in the wilderness. Now that he met Yuan Wuxin in Songlang's city, how could he let him go? "Fight if you have the guts. Get lost if you don't. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Yi Xian didn't care about the young man at all. 5th grade true energy disaster? What a joke. He would be killed in an instant. A mere 3rd grade true energy disaster dares to talk to me like this? The young man with the folding fan glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. In fact, he could use the eye of control to control this fool. However, after controlling him, he couldn't kill him and rob him. "If you want revenge, get out of the city." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Humph, you're courting death." The young man snorted and followed him. Although he had been completely annihilated by Yuan Wuxin back then, that was because his attendants were only at the 5th level of true energy disaster. After that day, the clan had assigned him 2 attendants at the 6th level of true energy disaster. 2 servants. How could they not defeat Yuan Wuxin? At that moment, Yi Xian led Yuan Wuxin toward the city gate. The young man followed closely, afraid that Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin would suddenly run away. However, his worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to level up. Soon, they arrived outside Songlang's city. "You're not running away?" When the young man followed Yi Xian to the outskirts of the city, he asked in astonishment. "Why should we run?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that this young man's identity wasn't ordinary. He must have a lot of wealth. As long as he killed this young man, he would be able to break through to the 4th grade true energy disaster. "Fine. Since you're not running away, you'll be buried here." The young man didn't waste time. He said to the 2 experts at the 6th grade true energy disaster behind him, "Kill them." "Yes." The 2 servants shouted and walked out together, one with a blade and one with a sword. They didn't need to move together to deal with a teenager. However, they felt a little strange. "Just in case. Can you do it alone?" Yi Xian turned around and asked Yuan Wuxin. "All right," Yuan Wuxin nodded silently. They were all at the 6th grade of true energy disaster, so Yuan Wuxin had no reason to be afraid of them. After all, he had comprehended the perfect level of sword force, and with the strengthening of the ghost fetus, it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2. Yuan Wuxin also gripped his long sword and went up to meet him. In the blink of an eye, they were exchanging blows. "Kid, I can't beat him, but do you think I can't do anything to you? You actually dared to tell me to get lost. You're quite bold." The young man ignored the battle on the other side and slowly walked toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at him and said with a smile, "I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, you'll be miserable." "Miserable?" The young man laughed out loud. "I'm at the 5th grade true energy disaster. You're at the 3rd grade. Do you want to challenge me by 2 grades? Since you don't believe me, why don't you try?" Yi Xian said slowly. He silently took out his white bone sword. He wanted to leave the young man for last, but if he wanted to die, Yi Xian didn't mind bringing it forward. Die. The young man naturally couldn't let Yi Xian go. He directly attacked. But in the next moment, he saw a palm made of true energy appear around him. Pang! The young man's strength wasn't weak. He was able to defeat Yi Xian's dragon-capturing hand. However, at the same time that he defeated the dragon-capturing hand, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. Rip! An arm was thrown up. The young man's left hand with the interspatial ring was cut off. Blood instantly spurted out from the wound. Pang! Yi Xian kicked out and sent the young man flying. The young man was dumbfounded. He watched as Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and cut off his arm in the blink of an eye. Was this still a martial artist at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster? Kill him. His reaction was quite fast, and he immediately roared. Unfortunately, at the same time, his 2 attendants were also beheaded by Yuan Wuxin. Double kill. What a joke. When Yuan Wuxin killed the young attendant, he didn't even use his perfect sword force. So what if he encountered 2 opponents at the same level? After killing the younger one, the older one will usually appear. I'll give you a chance. Go back and call for help. Yi Xian shouted at the young man. The young man looked at the 2 heads in shock. His face was filled with horror. However, he quickly got up and rushed toward Songlang City. At the same time, he shouted, "Help! I'm the young master of the Han family, Han Wei. Save me." Just a moment ago, Han Wei was arrogant. In the blink of an eye, he was calling for help while covered in blood. However, he didn't expect that the guards at the city gate were only surprised for a moment. They didn't have any intention of helping. Yi Xian had made his move outside the city, not inside the city. Furthermore, it wasn't a threat to their lives, so why should they get involved in this mess? Meanwhile, Yi Xian waited quietly outside Songlang City. It had to be said that he had found a good fighter this time. Although Yuan Wuxin had chased after him, he had now been subdued by him. He was a genius comparable to a 7th grade true energy disaster. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 4th grade of true energy disaster. After obtaining the 3 interspatial rings, Yi Xian heard a system notification. According to Yi Xian's estimation, a 4th grade true energy disaster was almost enough to kill an expert at the 7th grade of true energy disaster. If he used his trump card, he could even fight an expert at the 8th grade of true energy disaster. Of course, even if the current Yi Xian encountered the expert from the Valley of 10,000 Flowers who was at the 9th grade of true energy disaster, he would probably be beaten to his knees. The city lord of Songlang City was an expert at the 8th grade of true energy disaster. However, the Han family was not the city lord mansion. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that only an expert at the 7th grade of true energy disaster would come to beat him up. This was good. He could handle it. Within a few minutes, the one-armed Han Wei reappeared. At the same time, he brought many helpers with him. Among them, there were two whose auras were much stronger than Yuan Wuxin's. "Father, it's them." When Han Wei saw that Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin were still there, he immediately complained to the middle-aged man beside him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't waste any time. He shouted angrily, "Go, capture them." Chapter 1008. Behind the Han family experts were a large number of Tsanglang city residents. When they saw the Han family's formation, they followed along to watch the show. In an instant, more than 10 experts from the Han family charged towards Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin, but they were all experts at the 6th level of true energy disaster. Facing so many experts, Yi Xian didn't care at all. He gripped his white-boned sword tightly. In the next moment, his hair and eyes turned golden. Eyes of glory. Tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword, attack. Yi Xian suddenly leaped high and slashed down with a huge golden sword condensed from true energy. The Han family experts thought that it was Yi Xian's attack. After dodging, they revealed mocking expressions. However, when they relaxed, a strong impact force was exerted on their bodies. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on vibrating. Rumble. The ground cracked as though it was the end of the world. At the same time, the sound of bones shattering could be heard from the Han family experts. Kacha. 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 Crisp sounds were heard, but they were covered by the sound of the ground cracking. In everyone's eyes, the 13 6th-grade true energy disaster experts all collapsed like octopuses. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they died very tragically. Their bones, internal organs, and even their brains were all shattered. It would be inexcusable if they didn't die. Yi Xian's move instantly killed 13 6th-grade true energy disaster experts, shocking everyone present. How is this possible? Han Wei's father widened his eyes. Even he couldn't kill 13 6th-grade true energy disaster experts in one move. Second brother, let's join forces and kill them. Han Wei's father immediately reacted. With a loud shout, he charged over with another expert of the 7th level of true energy disaster. Although the Han family was quite powerful in Tsanglang City, the Han family couldn't afford to lose 13 6th-grade true energy disasters at once. If they didn't take revenge, the Han family wouldn't be able to establish themselves in Tsanglang City. The two 7th-level true energy disaster experts joined forces to attack Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin. At the same time, Han Wei was still watching in astonishment. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He was thinking that if even his father and second uncle were to die here, the Han family would be finished. Unfortunately, the arrow had already left the bowstring, and it was already too late. One each. Facing two 7th-grade true energy disaster experts, Yi Xian said to Yuan Wuxin. The latter nodded silently, then charged out as well. 4th-grade true energy disaster, 7th-grade true energy disaster. There was a difference of 3 realms between them, but Yi Xian was not the least bit afraid. Let me try my new ultimate move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he threw out the Sky Quake sword in his hand. The Sky Quake sword was transformed from Wei Zhentian. Other than using the myriad swords returned to origin, it could also attack on its own. Wei Zhentian broke free of his hand and directly rushed towards Han Wei's father. At the same time, Yi Xian's right hand suddenly turned into a claw and reached out. Dragon seizing hand. A golden palm appeared out of thin air, attempting to grab the Han family head. However, the Han family head cleverly dodged it. When he turned his head to look at Yi Xian, he discovered that Yi Xian had already slashed out with a black slash. Coincidentally, this black slash was suddenly accompanied by hundreds of black shadows, and a violent wind suddenly whistled. Fierce ghost twisting tear. This move was a new skill that Yi Xian had just learned. However, unlike ordinary martial arts, this move did not have a proficiency level to speak of. It only required ghost embryos to activate. After Yi Xian exchanged for the white bone sword, he had already sealed a few ghost embryos inside. This time, he wanted to see the power of the fierce ghost twisting tear. Hundreds of ghost embryos bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the Han family head. The latter was shocked and hastily raised his hand to disperse these ghost embryos. However, due to the large number of ghost embryos, he was still hit head-on. Rip! 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 After a series of crisp sounds, the Han family head let out a miserable cry of pain. Although these ghost embryos were not strong individually, when dozens of them pounced on him at once, no one would be able to withstand it. The patriarch of the Han family was an expert at the 7th level of true energy disaster, just like the city lord of Xingyang City back then. However, Feng Wuchen was able to instantly kill the city lord of Xingyang City with a single move. However, the fierce ghost that Yi Xian used was unable to kill the patriarch of the Han family. Although the fierce ghost twisting tear's power was amplified by the white bone sword, Feng Wuchen had comprehended perfect sword force, which was why he was able to kill the Xingyang city lord in one move. All in all, this fierce ghost twisting tear was pretty good. It's not powerful enough, and it's not affected by the Eye of Glory, but it's enough. If I can comprehend perfect sword force, the power of this move will greatly increase. Yi Xian thought to himself as he watched the Han family head disperse all the ghost embryos. Earlier, he had only been testing the power of the fierce ghost twisting tear. Now, it was time for real. Dragon seizing hand. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. Eye of nirvana. Snow wind sword technique. Yi Xian's moves were endless. In addition to Wei Zhentian's sneak attack, the Han family head, who was already covered in blood from the fierce ghost twisting tear, died tragically in an instant. The Han family head is dead? The martial artists who were gathered in front of Tsanglang City's city gate were all aghast. The Han family head, who was at the 7th grade of true energy disaster, was killed without even having the chance to make a move. Moreover, the one who killed him was a brat at the 4th grade of true energy disaster. What is that golden sword aura? How could it be so powerful? Also, this brat knows how to use demonic martial arts. When did such a person appear in the nearby demonic sects? Look, the Han family expert on the other side can't hold on any longer. Perfect sword force. Heavens, it's actually a perfect sword force. How old is that brat? Everyone turned their heads and finally realized how extraordinary Yuan Wuxin was. A young man who had comprehended a perfect sword force. This was simply heaven-defying. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Han Wei, who had one of his arms chopped off by Yi Xian. Previously, he thought that he could easily kill Yi Xian. However, he did not expect that there was such a huge difference in strength between him and Yi Xian. His arm was chopped off so easily. After that, he rushed back to the Han family to get reinforcements. His father and second uncle were there, but he did not expect that his father would be instantly killed by Yi Xian. The Han family was finished. At this time, Han Wei's second uncle was also being beaten into retreat. Although his realm was higher than Yuan Wuxin, his strength was still lacking when compared to Yuan Wuxin. Big brother is dead. If that brat comes here, I'll definitely die. Han Wei's second uncle's forehead was already soaked in cold sweat. He defended himself while moving closer to Tsanglang City. Chapter 1009. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian, who was collecting the Qian Kun rings, looked up and saw a man in a black robe in the air. This man was the city lord of Tsanglang City, an 8th grade genuine energy disaster expert. The city lord has actually appeared. I wonder if he will take action. The city lord is an 8th grade genuine energy disaster expert. If he takes action, these two brats will definitely die. It's hard to say. They are fighting outside the city and not in the city. The city lord might not take action. The onlookers discussed softly. Yi Xian was on guard. However, his worries were unnecessary. After hearing this, the city lord of Tsanglang City remained indifferent and just watched. Since that was the case, things would be easier. At this moment, Yi Xian had already collected the Qian Kun rings of the 13 6th-grade genuine energy disasters experts and Han Wei's father's Qian Kun ring. A bunch of poor bastards. It seems like they have hidden their things. Yi Xian couldn't help but ridicule them in his heart. He thought he could use this opportunity to break through to the 5th-grade genuine energy disaster. However, there was still a 7th-grade genuine energy disaster expert. He had to kill him first. Han Wei's second uncle was already at the end of his strength. As long as he joined the battle, he could easily kill him without using his trump card. Wei Zhentian, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Wei Zhentian's mission was to prevent Han Wei's second uncle from returning to Tsanglang City. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a giant bell and covered Han Wei's second uncle. What? Han Wei's second uncle was shocked. What the hell was this? It could transform? He was held back by Yuan Wuxin. Now that Wei Zhentian was covering him, he was trapped together with Yuan Wuxin. Bang! 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 The sound of the bell reverberated. The battle in the giant bell that Wei Zhentian had transformed into was very intense. However, the battle ended in less than 2 seconds. The sound of the bell also stopped. It ended? The group of people at the entrance of Tsanglang City widened their eyes. At this moment, Wei Zhentian returned to his original form and returned to Yi Xian's hand. As expected, Han Wei's second uncle still died. However, he didn't die at the hands of Yuan Wuxin. Instead, he died at the hands of Wei Zhentian. Han Wei's second uncle's body was riddled with over 100 bloody holes. After Wei Zhentian covered him, he extended hundreds of spikes and stabbed him to death. Han Wei's second uncle would never have thought that he would end up like this. No, second uncle. Han Wei cried out loudly when he saw the corpse. His father was dead, and so was his second uncle. From today onwards, the only person left in the Han family was his grandfather, a 7th-stage true energy disaster. At this time, Yuan Wuxin went over and took off the interspatial ring, then threw it at Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the cosmos ring and swallowed everything inside it except for the ores. However, he was still unable to break through to the 5th level of true energy disaster. Then, his gaze landed on Han Wei. Han Wei noticed Yi Xian's gaze. His body trembled and he quickly shrank back into the city. To kill or not to kill? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Tsanglang city governor, so he was hesitating. In the next moment, he made his decision. How could he be so cowardly when killing someone? Since he had made his decision, he had to be prepared to fight an 8th-stage true energy disaster expert. Immediately, the sky quake sword swept towards Han Wei. City governor? The generals guarding the city were shocked. Yi Xian actually dared to make a move in front of the city governor. This was a challenge to the city governor's authority. These people were waiting for the city governor's response. In fact, the city governor was also thinking in his heart. The destruction of the Han family was beneficial to him. After all, if the Han family continued to decline in the future, many properties in the city would be transferred to him. However, since there were so many people watching below, he couldn't just ignore it. Stop! The city governor shouted angrily. However, Yi Xian ignored his shout and continued to let Wei Zhentian chase after Han Wei. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't stop, the city governor shouted again and rushed towards Yi Xian. He slammed his big hand on the ground and a giant palm print fell. Bam! The ground shattered again. The attack power of this palm was almost on par with Yi Xian's overlord's limitless sword. However, when he made his move, Yi Xian and Yuan Wuxin had already dodged to the side. Chasing after Han Wei was a small matter. Yi Xian's real target was the city governor of Zhonglang City. 8th stage true energy disaster. As long as he killed the city governor of Zhonglang City, Yi Xian would definitely be able to break through to the 5th stage true energy disaster. Let's fight! Yi Xian shouted angrily and attacked. As for Yuan Wuxin, he was in charge of dealing with the Zhonglang City guards who rushed out. Kid, I don't care which power you are from. How dare you challenge my authority? You're courting death. The city governor shouted angrily. His hands formed claws and attacked Yi Xian crazily. In such an important battle, Yi Xian naturally had to give it his all. Might Jintian, myriad swords return to origin. Summon the golden-armored battle god. In an instant, a large amount of golden true energy gushed out from Yi Xian and condensed into a golden-armored battle god. Although the golden-armored battle god had rushed into the Sima family of Xinjiang City and killed many people, the city governor of Xinjiang City was already dead. So what if Yi Xian was exposed? Yi Xian threw out his 2 trump cards. Might Jintian and the golden-armored battle god attacked the city governor of Zhonglang City one after another. Why are all of this kid's moves so strange? The city governor of Zhonglang City suddenly felt immense pressure. Although he was 4 stages higher than Yi Xian, he wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Yi Xian. Yuan Wuxin had comprehended the perfect level sword force at such a young age. This was extremely rare. However, he felt that Yi Xian was even more monstrous than Yuan Wuxin. Humph, no matter what, you have to die today. The city governor of Zhonglang City's eyes flashed. He had a trump card too. His weapon was a pair of gloves. However, the power of his palm strike was several times stronger than before. An invisible pressure spread out. Yi Xian and the people present trembled. The city governor of Zhonglang City suddenly turned around and struck out a palm strike at the group of heaven-jolting swords behind him. In an instant, nearly half of the heaven-jolting swords were shattered. Perfect level sword force. I've finally met an expert with a perfect level sword force. Yi Xian secretly swallowed his saliva. Before the heaven-jolting swords could even get close, half of them were already shattered. If he struck out another palm strike, the myriad swords returned to origin would probably be crippled. Although Might Jintian wouldn't die, the myriad swords returned to origin was one of Yi Xian's trump cards. You do have some ability. Have a taste of this move. With the white bone sword in hand, Yi Xian rapidly slashed out when the city governor struck out another palm strike. In an instant, a tragic cry sounded. Ferocious ghost twist and break. Another 100 ghostly figures appeared and pounced at the city governor of Zhonglang City with bared fangs and brandished claws. At the same time, Yi Xian also struck out with his claws. Chapter 10:10. 10,000 swords return to origin, golden armored war god, fierce ghost twist break, dragon capturing hand, instantly surrounded the lord of Zhonglang City. Now, it was up to the lord of Zhonglang City to deal with it. What a guy! Facing this 4-pronged attack, the lord of Zhonglang City wished he could grow 2 more hands. With the pincer attack from 4 sides, the lord of Zhonglang City could only choose 2 ways to solve it. Whoosh whoosh. He quickly made a decision in his heart and then immediately struck out 2 palms. One palm was to deal with the heaven-shaking sword group, while the other palm was to attack the 100 ghost shadows. But at this moment, the heaven-shaking sword group suddenly spread out and rapidly expanded. Spirit sword formation. Although the lord of Zhonglang City was still in the air, after the heaven-shaking sword group expanded, it could still lock the opponent in the air. However, the opponent had comprehended the perfect level sword force and could easily escape. At most, it could only be controlled for a second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kacha. Hundreds of fierce ghosts were blasted into pieces. Less than 10 of them were left. Half of the heaven-shaking sword group was also destroyed. Fortunately, the Lord of Zhonglang's city was at his wit's end and could not attack anymore, so he could only dodge. At the same time, the golden-armored war god had already approached. The Lord of Zhonglang's city clenched his right fist and actually blocked it. Bang! Fortunately, the Lord of Zhonglang's city had comprehended the perfect level palm force. His fist was only at the micro level, so this punch was slightly better than the golden-armored war god's. The Lord of Zhonglang's city was beaten back. The heaven-shaking giant sword just happened to wrap around him, trying to seal him. Just as the Lord of Zhonglang's city was about to strike again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two air-piercing sounds rang out. He swept his gaze and discovered two silver slashes coming towards him. What made him even more surprised was that he actually discovered two Yi Xian through these two silver slashes. However, now was not the time to care so much. Zhonglang roar. Whoa, facing so many attacks, the Lord of Zhonglang's city only needed to reveal one more trump card. A wolf's howl shook the sky. An invisible sound technique formed a shockwave that spread out, shaking golden-armored war god and dozens of heaven-shaking giant swords away. Not only that, even the remaining ghost shadows and nirvana strike were scattered. What a powerful attack! It's at least a high-grade transcendent supreme martial art. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. From the very beginning, he had activated the Eye of Revelation. He had directly copied the Zhonglang city lord's move earlier. Ding! Copying of Ash Wolf's howl is successful. Now, Yi Xian didn't have the time to repair Dragon Catcher hands. Instead, he looked at Zhonglang's city lord because he still had two invisible attacks. Disintegration Eye. Eyes of Nirvana and Eyes of Disintegration. This combination skill was very useful. Eyes of Nirvana was extremely powerful and could almost cover the aura of Eyes of Disintegration. Hence, Eyes of Disintegration often succeeded in sneak attacks. At this moment, the Zhonglang city master had also neglected the Eye of Dissection. ZZ. Two disintegration rays landed on Zhonglang city lord's shoulder and waist respectively, disintegrating his flesh and blood instantly. When the severe pain was transmitted to the computer, the Lord of Zhonglang city knew that he had been tricked. Fortunately, it was not a fatal injury. If the disintegration ray had hit his head, his brain would have exploded. What a troublesome kid. I'll get rid of you first. Zhonglang's city lord endured his injuries and immediately changed his target. He charged towards Yi Xian, but halfway through, he was stopped by the golden-armored battle god. Fierce ghost break. Another 100 ghostly shadows whizzed over. Burning Eye. Eyes of Illusion. Eyes of Nirvana. Disintegration Eye. Dragon Catcher hands. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He used whatever moves he had. Moreover, it was a double attack. He had many tricks up his sleeve and was very difficult to deal with. He brought great pressure to Zhonglang's city lord. Although Zhonglang's city lord had comprehended the perfect sword force, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. He couldn't withstand all of Yi Xian's attacks. This time, there were finally ghostly shadows pouncing on him. There were more than 10 of them. In an instant, these ghostly shadows began to tear at his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This scene made the onlookers below break out in cold sweat. Zhonglang's city lord, who was incomparably powerful in their hearts, was injured at this moment. Moreover, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Xian's clothes. Could it be that they were hallucinating? Whoa, another wolf howl sounded. Zhonglang's city lord spat out a mouthful of blood, dispersing the surrounding ghostly shadows. Although this move was good, it couldn't be used continuously. Otherwise, it would damage his throat. Unless he had high-level treasures of heaven and earth, it would be very difficult to heal. However, now was not the time to be calculative. Whoosh whoosh. Another gust of wind howled. This time, Zhang Lang's city lord directly struck out with his palm, dispersing the golden-armored battle god. Although the golden-armored battle god was strong, Zhang Lang's city lord was 4 realms higher than Yi Xian. Moreover, he had comprehended the perfect sword force. Therefore, the golden-armored battle god was only a bystander this time. However, it also bought time for another person. Swoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out again. However, this time, it wasn't Yi Xian's attack. It came from another person. Yuan Wuxin. Yuan Wuxin, who had comprehended the perfect sword force, had enough attack power to threaten an 8th-level true energy disaster powerhouse. This sword cut through the silence and instantly chopped off Zhang Lang's city lord's left hand. This sword determined Zhang Lang's city lord's defeat. Let's go. Zhang Lang's city lord's expression changed drastically as he immediately rushed towards Zhang Lang's city. One had to know that he was a city lord. There were many experts in the city lord manor. As long as he fled back to the city lord manor, he would have a chance of survival. However, it wasn't that easy to return. Kid, get lost. Zhang Lang's city lord struck out with his palm, wanting to kill Yuan Wuxin who was blocking his path. However, Yuan Wuxin unexpectedly dodged in advance. The palm print landed on Zhang Lang's city walls. Boom! The city walls instantly collapsed. After Yuan Wuxin dodged the attack, he attacked crazily, directly blocking Zhang Lang's city lord's path forward. Zhang Lang's city lord, stop struggling. A voice fell into Zhang Lang's city lord's ears. He turned his head and saw 100 ferocious ghosts pouncing towards him. At this moment, Zhang Lang's city lord's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost an arm, and his defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. He still had to guard against Yuan Wuxin's attack. Now that so many ferocious ghosts had come, he would be dead meat if he was bitten again. I'll go all out. Zhang Lang's city lord immediately mobilized the true qi in his body and condensed it in his throat before opening his mouth wide. A woo! Another roar rang out, instantly dispersing all the ghostly shadows, including Yuan Wuxin's attack. However, after using Zhang Lang's howl 3 times in a row, his throat was already crippled. He couldn't speak again. However, compared to his life, it was really not worth mentioning. Your throat is already crippled. You can't use Zhang Lang's howl anymore. Let's see how you block it now. The ferocious ghosts will cry out. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He could tell that Zhang Lang's city lord was already at the end of his strength. It wasn't just Zhang Lang's city lord. Yi Xian had also used the Eye of Glory and other Eye of Heaven attacks. His pupil power was already at the bottom. However, in order to break through, he could only overdraw his vitality again. Chapter 10-11. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. Burning Eye. Yi Xian and his doppelganger overdrafted their vitality and launched attacks at the Zhang Lang's city governor. It's over. The Zhang Lang's city governor's face was ashen. Under such circumstances, he could only deal with attacks from one direction. It was over. Bam! 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 The hundreds of ghosts were still blasted away. However, the Zhang Lang's city governor did not have the ability to withstand the following attacks. Swish! With a few crisp sounds, the Zhang Lang's city governor was sliced into several pieces by Yi Xian's attacks. His corpse fell from the sky. He was finally dead. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As for the others, they were stunned for a moment before they fled in panic. Even the governor was dead. If Yi Xian were to start a massacre, who would stop him? Run! The crowd immediately dispersed in an uproar. Yi Xian did not have the leisure to kill these people. However, there was one person that he wanted to kill, and that was Han Wei. Wei Zhentian, go. He immediately ordered Wei Zhentian while he flew towards the Zhonglang city governor's universe ring. The moment he obtained the universe ring, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 5th grade true energy disaster. This time, he had broken through consecutively from 3rd grade true energy disaster to 5th grade true energy disaster. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. If it was the current him, he would be able to fight the Zhonglang city governor without using his trump card. No, don't kill me, Han Wei was scared witless. However, Wei Zhentian would not show mercy. He directly pierced Han Wei's heart before returning to report the completion of the mission. Well done. These things are all yours. Yi Xian did not say a word and threw all the ores over. Wei Zhentian's small eyes lit up. He transformed into a huge cauldron and stored all the items inside. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Wei Zhentian was even more ferocious than Yi Xian. He jumped 3 grades consecutively and reached the 5th grade 2nd grade supreme spiritual treasure. If Wei Zhentian was at this level, the sect leader of Zhonglang city would not have destroyed half of the myriad returning swords. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that it was necessary to take Wei Zhentian's strength seriously. I've made a huge profit this time. I've killed a city lord. When the time comes, I'll go plunder the city lord's mansion and earn even more. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he felt that the most precious thing on Zhonglang city's lord was those martial arts. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 70%. The system prompted. The city lord of Zhonglang city had 2 superior transcendental supreme martial arts. One was Zhonglang's howl, and the other was a palm technique. The ash wolf's howl could be used. As for the palm technique, Yi Xian was too lazy to learn it. It would be a waste of the super devouring crystal, so he used it to repair the dragon catcher hands. It's only 30% away from being completely repaired. Yi Xian was a little excited. This was a superpower. When the time came, he would have another trump card. Moreover, it would be the most powerful trump card. At that moment, he flew towards the city lord's mansion. However, before that, he went to the Han family to take a look. According to the others, there was an old man in the Han family who was at 7th grade true energy disaster. However, this was not a threat to Yi Xian now. On the way, Yi Xian directly passed by the Han family. He used the Eye of Control to plunder the Han family. After that, he went to the city lord's mansion. He estimated that after plundering the city lord's mansion again, the dragon catcher hand could be repaired to 80%. When that time came, he would go to other cities to plunder some martial arts to fully repair the dragon catcher hand. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little excited. There were a few 7th grade true energy disasters in the city lord's mansion. However, to Yi Xian who was at 5th grade true energy disaster, they were not difficult at all. He directly used the Eye of Control to control them. After that, he plundered the city lord's mansion. Ding! The dragon catcher hand has been repaired to 85%. The system notified him again. Now, he was only 15% away from obtaining a superpower. Due to the increase in realm, the experience points gained every time he leveled up would be greatly increased. Therefore, Yi Xian did not level up this time. However, after plundering so many things, his cultivation had improved a lot. The level of Wei Zhentian had also increased again. It was now a 6th grade rank 2 supreme spiritual treasure, which corresponded to 6th grade true energy disaster. After that, Yi Xian fled. This area was under the jurisdiction of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Since the city lord was killed, the experts of the 10,000 Flower Valley would probably take action. Yi Xian was not afraid of the experts at 9th grade true energy disaster. However, his skills were now in cooldown, so it was better for him to avoid them for the time being. Moreover, he also needed to find a place to cultivate. At that moment, he broke through the void and left Zhonglang City. He wanted to return to the windy snow villa to take a look. Yi Xian, you're back? Yi Xian had just landed when he heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Feng Wuhan walking toward him. Yes, I'm back. Yi Xian nodded silently. When he saw Feng Wuhan, he could not help but think of Feng Wuchen, who had turned into a ghost zombie. Luo Luo has been sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, right? Where's my brother? Feng Wuhan asked subconsciously when he saw the void door close. Yi Xian had expected to be asked this question, so he pretended as if nothing had happened and answered, after Wuchen escorted us to the 10,000 Flower Valley, he left. He said he was going to train. Oh, I see. Feng Wuhan nodded silently and did not suspect anything. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Yi Xian's aura was a little strong. He said in shock, Yi Xian, your strength, I had a fortuitous encounter and ate a heavenly treasure. I broke through to 5th grade true energy disaster. Yi Xian casually made up a lie. 5th grade true energy disaster. This answer shocked Feng Wuhan. His grandmother, Shui Hong, was only a 5th grade true energy disaster. Moreover, Yi Xian could already challenge those of a higher level. Now that he had broken through to 5th grade true energy disaster, he was probably even stronger than Shui Hong. Then, Feng Wuhan's gaze fell on Yuan Wuxin. He felt that Yuan Wuxin's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Shui Hong's. In fact, Yuan Wuxin might even be stronger. A friend I met on the way. He's at 6th grade true energy disaster, but he can't speak. From now on, he'll be overseeing Blizzard Villa, Yi Xian said to Feng Wuhan. Yuan Wuxin was very strong and had comprehended perfect sword force. It was enough for him to stay in Blizzard Villa. 6th grade true energy disaster, Feng Wuhan could not help but gulp. He could not hide the joy on his face. You just came back. Take a rest first. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Yi Xian knew that he was going to report to Shui Hong. Blizzard Villa had another 5th grade true energy disaster expert and a 6th grade true energy disaster expert overseeing it. Who would dare to provoke Blizzard Villa in the future? This time, Yi Xian returned to Blizzard Villa because he wanted to see if the corpse man really did not send any ghost corpses. At the same time, he also needed to cultivate.